Starting the stream up. Today, crusade against unwrap and todo. So I want to update my command for today. Edit command, edit command today. Let's turn on the word wrap. Today, Raimu is working on, well, I don't like the word work. Work is during the week. This is the weekend. Raimu is what? Looking at every to-do and unwrap. I'm looking at every. Not really looking at them either. How do I want to say this? How about we'll say Raimu is continuing to port his data analysis tool to Rust, guided by the to-do and unwrap, guided by where there's still to do or unwrap in the code. Raimu is continuing to port his data analysis tool to Rust, guided by where there is still to do and unwrap in the code. That's what I want to say. Okay, bot. Hey there, Mr. Love Pickle. You are first. I just had an idea. Let me add it to the to-do list. I have a fun idea for the bot. I haven't really seen other channels do this, and I think it would be kind of cool. So consider having the bot count the number of chatters with, I don't know, special recognition for like first or, I don't know, 69th or, I don't know, 100th? No, 420th chatters, etc. So that Mr. Love Pickle saying first would have gotten a reward from my bot. My bot would have sent Mr. Love Pickle lots of love and luck. Wouldn't that be kind of fun? Because my bot's already watching everything that's being said. It could just like say, oh, that person hasn't chatted today, so let's add them to the list, and then maybe we get a roll call at the end saying, here are the chatters in order of how early they chatted. And here are the chatters in order. Oh, here we go. How about also, just make another one. Consider having the bot at the end of the stream summarize how much chat was written and by whom. So we could like give special recognition if like you were the most frequent chatter, or maybe you score points. Was written by whom? Who scored? Yeah, now Enduran's loading. The bot can't do it yet. You got to save your chat, Enduran. How are you doing? Score the most points, etc. I have to write these ideas down because otherwise I'm just going to forget to do them. We had another thing to do in the bot. Commands and replies don't work. So if I do like a reply to Enduran and I do like, I don't know, today, it doesn't work. But if I just do the today without a reply, it works. Someone discovered that the other day and I have to fix that. Attempting to watch a movie and me. Which movie? And why am I equal to your movie? Movies are like multi-million-dollar productions. This is like a scuffed one-person production. Why would you want to watch me? Ready or not? I never heard of that one. Ready or not, let's start coding. Okay, I shouldn't laugh at my own jokes. Okay, yeah, today I'm going to be like, whenever I'm not sure what I should be doing next, I'm going to go back to this search where I look at all the to-dos. I have 19 of them to address. They're basically the points in the code that I haven't flushed out yet. And then also there's the unwraps, which maybe are more higher priority because those indicate that I was lazy at the time and skipped something. We're going to skip all of the test ones. So like these tests and the build, also the logger, we're going to skip that one. These loggers, we're skipping that and that. And this is part of the test, yeah. So we're skipping all those, but so there's really only 3 that count here. So maybe we address these first. So one is when an expression there's an error evaluating an expression when we're building an argument list. What I think we want to do is this should already report an error. I think we'll just make it a nil argument value. Yeah, that's easy, right? Second one is when we can't find a format. A format is undefined. I think then what we do is we just mark the part is in error because this is ingesting a composite, I guess. Yeah, this composite. We'll just mark the composite as an error, saying the format is unknown. And then there's, yeah, when is an undefined reference. We're following a reference and it's not in the keyed children list. For that one, I think again, we're evaluating expression, right? So it should just be like nil and report an error. Bride's wedding night takes a sinister turn when her eccentric new in-laws force her to take part in a terrifying game. Oh, it's one of those movies? Hey there, Flask. So if my idea here was implemented, then Mr. Lovepickle would be first chatter, but Endorn would be by far the most number of chats, and Flask would be third, not counting me or my bot. Okay, so what I want to do is I want to have a test for every one of these unwraps that we're going to clean up. So I need to make a test where we have like a bad reference. So let's do that. Not here. It's in the ingestion library. Wait, are you writing the lyrics to a song now? And remember, my bot isn't counting. It's not counting yet. You're not getting any points. What was the command for giving points? Is it point? Or was it give? I can't remember. What was the command to give points? Well, that's if you giving me points. But I'm supposed to be able to reward. Maybe it was points. Am I gonna have to go look in the? There we go. You've earned. I have to do points, and then your name, and then. But why do I have 2 points? Let's give those back to Endorn. I shouldn't have points. I'll give you your point back. I don't know where my other point came from. How many points do I have? I shouldn't have any points, right? I'm the streamer. Hey there, Syrian. You want a point? I have no use for this point. There. No, I have no points, right? I have no points. I'm the source of the points. Of course, I never really well, the original use for the points was in the game I was making, but I can't make the game anymore because of job rules. But so yeah, so there's no real purpose for these points yet, but maybe there will be someday. But that's another thing that I guess the bot could do. It could at the end of the stream say who's the point leader, just for kicks. Ivan the Raging Python, how are you doing? So I want to make a test that catches, it's hard to see, catches this unwrap and specifies what we should be doing here. So in the case here, we're evaluating a reference expression, and it's supposed to, there's a couple to-dos here, but also this unwrap shouldn't be there. That's if we try to look up the ID in a keyed children dictionary and we can't find it. That means it's a undefined reference, invalid reference, reference not found. I suppose I should go and look and see what I used to call it in the C code. So that would be in decomposition, decomposer. Most of the code is in here. And then dereference. Unfound, that's what it is. We would say like something is unfound. And did I print let's print the whole path, right? Yeah, we print all the part of the path, reference path that was not found. Hey, Stripe Monkey. How you doing? It must be pretty late at night where a lot of you guys are. Like late Saturday night, huh? Is that why we're also watching movies? Why would they care if I do game dev, but suspect it's too nosy of a question? That would violate rule 2 if I were to answer it. So it's kind of like Fight Club. Rule number 1, we don't talk about work. Rule number 2, we don't talk about work. Central time, it's a pretty good middle of the day, right? But over in EU and UK, it's getting kind of late, isn't it? Rule number 3, read rule number 1. Yeah, exactly. Rule number 4, read rules 1 through 3. Okay, so we're gonna print unfound, and it looks like we don't make a judgment at this level whether we have an error. I guess I left that to a higher order thing. So probably where we have evaluated reference. Evaluate, where might I find that? Right here. Okay, we delegate back up one more level. Interesting. So where would that be? Execute statement. I guess it's wherever the reference was needed. Ultimately, it would be what? And like, if it was like like an assignment. Yeah, here we go. Right. If our value is not found, it's an error. Okay, I think I know what I want to do then. Back here, tests, references, right? Okay, we already have one reference for 2 levels. Because this returns baz.bar, right? Okay. Let's build something else in here. Oh, I was thinking about this before, right? That this is actually this is specialized for this test. So why don't I just put this in here? And then take this and put that in front, put that, and then we're done. Get rid of this function. Okay, and let's start a new test. So this test will be unfound. Unfound name. So we have a foo, then we have a baz, and then must return baz.bar, but have no bar in there. We'll have like spam instead. So that should return nil. So we should get data value, we should get none for the data value. And I also want to do setup logging here, right? Because I want to see the correct log message. We should get a log message saying that baz.bar is not found. So let's run that. And then rule 3 is pretty awesome. We don't talk of work. And rule number 4 is so mind shattering that no doctors don't want you to know this, but We don't talk about work. It'd be fun if we could set our own prompt in the chat viewer. We have to ask Chris about that. Shout out to him, by the way. CM Griffing made that chat above my head called Stream Parrot, and that's a great suggestion to him that we can allow some privileged chatters to set their own prompt. I wonder if anyone suggested that to him yet. Yeah, it was his. Yeah. So next time you're in his channel, ask him if that would be hard to do. Like allow the streamer to designate privileged chatters, maybe they're mods or VIPs or something, to set their own prompt. I mean, it sounds fun to me. Yeah. So we're panicking at that unwrap that we wanted to fix, right? Exactly. So my test is successfully targeting that unwrap. So I think what I want to do is do a unwrap or else. Because we want to have a side effect. In the end, we're just going to do what? It's going to go to a none, which means I need, I think we want this to be sum, put into a sum. Okay, and then what we can do is we can say, actually, why do I have this being a result? Is there a reason why? Was I thinking about doing an early return out of this? Maybe? Ingestion error. That's not really the right thing anyway, right? Ingestion error. Well, maybe it is because that's what we could use maybe to report that is a bad reference. What would the right thing be here? To return nil or to return an error? There are going to be a lot of places where I just want a value and I don't want to have to deal with it. There is an error. Actually, no, we have to return a result because nil is a legitimate thing we can return. It's an okay none, right? Then that means I don't actually want an unwrap or else, right? I want to well, let me think about this. I think I want to do a map error. And then this actually get is it's okay or, right? Okay or else. And then this is going to be I need to consult the cheat sheet because I don't quite remember this. Okay or else we return an error and it gives us the result. That's what I want, right? And then we do a question mark there to do an early return. So this would be start as okay, and then I have a question mark at the exit. So actually, I guess I don't need a question mark there because that's part of the fold, right? I would need to have like if part is okay. So that would be like a part and then, right? I think I want that. So we start with okay and the root, and we're folding into that. So with if part is okay, the end then for result takes that t that's, if it's okay, it takes that t and generates a new result, which is what I want. So it gets, and then it says it's either something, okay or else, or we return or we return an error. So we turn it into a result option, and then we continue folding. If we get an error at the end, then it's just gonna do nothing for the rest of the chain, right? And then this will do an early return of the result. But we need to return an ingestion error here. So yeah, ingestion error for now. Okay, and then that looks okay to me. So what am I doing wrong? I must have, it's a result. Okay, it doesn't know what the error is. That's the part. That's the problem, right? 3 arguments expected. For what? Let's get a better diagnostic here. Mismatch closing delimiter, mismatch there. Okay. Yeah, what am I working on? That's okay, Dendoran. You're watching a scary movie, so I forgive you. Oh yeah, that doesn't match anything here. There we go. Okay, now what's wrong with keyed children? That should be part dot keyed children. Okay, and it's saying usage of fold on a type that implements try. Use try fold instead. Unnecessary closure used to substitute value for option none. Trifold. See, I don't remember trifold. But this is why Clippy exists. To help remind us of things we don't know about or use infrequently and are not used to using. An iterator method that applies a function as long as it, actually that's what I want, because as soon as we get an error we want it to stop, right? And returns a single final value, and that value will be a b, which is something. I guess that's in my case it's a result option. Initial value, closure with 2 arguments, accumulator element. The closure either returns successfully with the value that the accumulator should have for the next iteration, or returns failure with an error that is propagated back, short-circuiting. The initial value is the value the accumulator will have on the first call. If applying the closure succeeds against every element of the iterator, trifold returns final accumulator success. But does it like, is this B a, let me go to the top. What's that B? Hold on, go back to it. Try, fold. What is B? It's the initial value, okay. And then F takes a B and an item and returns an R, and an R is a try. Okay, so what's a try? This is nightly only experimental API. Wait, what? What? That's a trait, right? Why does it say it's an nightly only experimental API? So what? Does that mean I can't use it directly? Yeah, I know this, but like, why did they? Is that because internally it's still experimental to use it directly? Try is the trait, yeah. Currently it's just result option and some other, I forget. But why is it still in a nightly only experimental API? Oh, because they're updating it to a new version? Okay, trifold was stabilized to call back in Rust. Was stabilized to call back in Rust 1.27. What does this mean? Was stabilized to call back. Oh, it was stabilized to call back in Rust 1.27, but this trait is much newer. Okay. So I get it. So we could use it with option, or we could use it with result. In my case, I'm going to use it with result. So that means that I don't need an and then, right? And I don't need to have an okay. Or do I? That's the part I'm not quite sure about. What does the diagnostic say? Use trifold again. Trifold. Okay, it says to take the okay off of that. That's what it's telling me to do. So I take the okay off. I suppose that means I don't need to do an and then, right? So I'm going to strip the and then off. And then I still return a result internally. Unnecessary closure, use substitute value for option none. Well, that's this part, right? Yeah, but I wanted to have a side effect. So screw you. We want the side effect of doing an error diagnostic. So that's path unfound. We need to like be building up a path. I suppose we'll make that part of the trifold. String new. So here we get a part and a path. Okay, and then we need to path dot append, or is it write into the path? You can write into a path, right? Dot rp.id, and then get okay or else, and I guess here we can do a map. Because we want to wrap the path back into it. Was it like mutated? I have to mutate it? I thought you could write into a string with that. I thought you could append to a string with with write. Am I wrong? I mean I can do this path. We can do plus equals, right? And then do format. But I thought you could just do it. Okay, is that the problem? Found sure. Yeah, but it would be much nicer if I could just write directly into path, and I thought you could do that. Oh, the implementation of this is just a while loop. I mean, it makes sense. Fairly certain most iterators fold into one giant while loop. Hey there, Extremely Ryan. Extremely Ryan was extremely helpful last night, and told me about the next test, which I can't run because it's broken right now. But maybe if I scroll up, we can see it. Yeah, next test is like the next generation cargo test that gives us a nice summary at the end, which is what I was missing. So thank you to Extremely Ryan for that. The fancy part is it ends up a single while instead of many separate ones. Okay. Oh ye Rust experts. How do you do this better? I have a string and I want to concatenate to the end of the string. That looks ugly to me. I would rather do like a write into the path of this because write is a cool macro. It works with the write trait. Should that work? But I have to do the use standard format write. Is that what I'm missing? It'll just work if I do that. Use standard format write. We just want the trait from there, so we're not going to keep the name. Oh, that actually worked. Why is this a problem? Oh, right, because we get a part and a path, which we don't actually use. What's the deal there? Move of borrowed value path. Oh, right. I think I want to reverse these, right? There we go. And that could be an error. I think that's always going to succeed for us, right? So we're just going to unwrap. We're going to expect. And if we can't write into it, it'll be problem building path for diagnostics. There. Should be able to use the right macro. I think the issue is the path variable needs to be mut, and you need to do mut path, and you need the trait. Looks like all I needed to do is make it mutable, and that we didn't need to borrow it mutably. It figured it out, probably because the macro is smart. But yeah, I tend to forget that we need to pull in the trait. I think that's actually kind of a weakness, that we have to pull in this thing, which is a trait, like use the trait, even though we never actually use it by name. So I erase the name because it just seems wrong. Why are we pulling in a name and we never use it? And it's to take advantage of the side effect, right? That this macro probably internally uses that trait in some way. Yeah, I just think that that's sort of weak. Okay. Coffee. I want my coffee now. It's after 12. I can drink it, right? Try not to spill it all over myself. I don't know if it's too hot or not, though. I think it might be still too hot. Yeah, I don't want to burn myself. Set it over there to cool. Like I've started drinking coffee. I never drank coffee before, and it's because go to work, and here are your choices: soda, $2 freedom dollars, or coffee, $0 freedom dollars. Now, which would you choose if you wanted some caffeine to keep you awake for the rest of the workday? So traditionally, I hated coffee, so I would fork out the $2, right? And then I think, well, I don't want to pay the $2, so do I bring a mini cooler to keep my drinks cool, or do I just bring one from home every day, or put in a thermos? I'm like, nah. Let's just try. Just give coffee another chance, and I did. I'm like, this actually tastes pretty good. So I've now reached the age where coffee went from being like, ugh, to being, I can respect that. And they have decent coffee there too. And today it's Pete's Coffee, dark roast, using a French press. Needs to be better visibility for traits you can bring in to do things on that. Actually, yeah, what would be even better is when it gave me a diagnostic, like, here, let's recreate it. If I just like were to take that line out, right? And I hit save, and now we hit this error again. It'd be nice if I could do command dot, and instead of this useless thing of inline macro, it would be nice if it said, bring in the right trait, like that, automatically. Then I'd be much happier. Okay, so let's see if this is right. So we have a reference. It is technically a vector. It's a new type for a vector of reference parts. A reference part is a name and 0 or more indices, which we're not dealing with yet. So the key thing is that it's a vector of IDs. So it's like A.B.C. So we're walking a composite structure along with that chain of references and like selecting the path through it. And we're building what we've walked so far like this, so that if we can't find something, we can print the whole path, right? So we start at the top of the composite with an empty path, and then we're going to trifold, which means we're going to leave early if we get an error, but we're going to walk through that reference. for each step, we're going to have the, from the previous point, we're going to build the next step onto our diagnostic string, and then from, this should say composite or parent or something. Parent. From the parent, we're going into its keyed children, getting out the ID from the next reference part. And if we couldn't find it, then we'd print the diagnostic that's unfound, and we're going to make an error. Right now, I'm not doing anything with the error, so it's just a completely empty type. But probably turn it into an enum, and it'll say something like ingestion error, unfound reference, or something like that, right? So if it's an error, we go into there, and this little question mark that's trying to hide from you all, what that does is it does an early return. So it won't actually construct and do this stuff, right? It'll return with that error immediately. Otherwise, it will take that part that it found and combine it with the current path and loop back up. So that part now becomes the parent of the next step. Continue on until we either get an error, in which case we return early, or we get the fully specified part and the path, which we don't need anymore, so we casually toss it. And we take the part and we look at its value and clone the value. And I have to do an asref because we don't want to move out, I think. Actually, if I do this now, maybe I don't need to do an asref. There we go. We didn't need the asref because we're going to clone it. I think before we were not cloning it, and so I didn't want to move it out of the part. So I just got a reference to it. But clone will do the referencing for us right there. So that's basically making a copy of the value referred to by this original reference in this expression. And if one of the references is bad, we'll end up printing a diagnostic and returning an error early. So I think that looks good. Let's go back to the test and run it again. Cool. And there's a little dot in front, which we need to get rid of. But yeah, the test is that it's going to return baz bar. There is no baz bar. There's baz spam, but no baz bar. So it should say baz bar unfound. And it passes the test because we said we should expect none for the actual data value. Let's fix that little dot thing. I think this file is getting kind of big. I think maybe I should split ingestion up into like different modules, and maybe evaluate expression would go in something called expression.rs or something like that. Yeah, so I think we only want to write this dot if it's not the first pass, right? So I think I'm going to just cheat and do this. And the fold will put a true. And we'll say if not first, write to the path. Actually, this I don't need a formatter for, so I just do path plus equals dot. And then we don't need that. So technically, couldn't I just do a path plus equals that? Because now it's much simpler. I think I can, and I don't need to write anymore. Oh, I can't use single quotes. I gotta use double quotes. What's the problem with this? Consider borrowing here because it wants a slice. Okay, fine. You can borrow. Then I don't need the formatter. And I have to say false for this one. It's a little ugly. It'd be nice if the function were to be given like something that tells me it's the first iteration. Another way I guess I could do it is I could do enumerate. And then in addition to the path, we'd get a number, and we can just say if the number is greater than 0. I think the advantage to that would be that I wouldn't have to ignore this first on the way out. So let's see how that works. If I do it that way, then it's iter.enumerate, and then trifold works the same way, only I don't need to have that. And instead of path, no, parent, right? Yeah, no, that's the accumulator. Or is that the accumulator? No, this whole thing is the accumulator. This one is the enumeration, right? And so I would say if n is greater than 0. And then I wouldn't need to say that, right? And I don't need a first. Actually, I think that's superior. Even though I'm not really using the number, I'm just using to see if it's the first or not. I think I like it better. Yep, so now there's no dot in front. Maybe, should I put like quotes around that? I think I might have in the C version. Yeah, I put quotes around it. That's a backslash double quote, right? Pass the bar unfound. Cool. And I don't need the thing we were talking about before anymore. Moot point. Start drinking coffee out of desperation, staying awake during night shifts. For me, it was post-lunch food comas. So I started doing energy drinks. Still don't know how well they actually work. For me, it's just like regulating energy level. So it's not like I keep the energy level up all the time. It's where I have these lulls in the afternoon, and this kind of brings it back up a little bit at the expense of a drop later, I guess, or before. That's good stuff. As Jacksepticeye would say, them beans. Those are good beans. Okay. We still need to handle indices. So we're puzzle sparring points. Yeah, we still need to do that. But now we're doing proper error handling. We got rid of an unwrap. So moving on to the next unwrap. We're not regarding the tests. So all these are tests, right? So we're down to 2. So it's when an argument can't be evaluated. What do we do? That's a tough one because like we could just write a diagnostic, which we already do, saying it's unfound, but then like unwrap or nil, I guess one way would be do it. And the other way would be like we just stop. We say we can't get the argument list, so the whole part is bad. So we would just do a question mark here, I guess. Let's see what the C code did. So that would be an execute a function statement, right? Or a part statement, actually. Bound args. Here we go. If we couldn't evaluate expression, yeah, okay, we terminated early. Okay, easy. Let's just do what the C code did. So let's make a test for this. Bits, decimal, integer references, simple format. That's not even the simplest format we can have, by the way. I could simplify that even more. The way I would do it is it would just be UI bar. No, it wouldn't even be bar. It would just be UI is the format, but then I'd have to express the bound using this bitstream handle. And right now it's always all of the bytes. So it's The size, there's no limit to it. It's mean the bitstream handle, but where do we, is this common ingesting right here, right? Yeah, where we say the limit. It's with this none operator, right? Limit. So I'd have to actually limit the bitstream to exactly the number of bits I wanted. So it makes this test a little bit more complicated. Not too bad, actually. Maybe ingest would take another argument, which would be this. I don't know. Playing around with that idea in my head. Let's just make a new one. What am I going to call this? Well, specifically, what are we testing? We're testing a part, right? So there should be a part tests. Yeah, so let's, whoa. I thought I was dragging that. I wasn't dragging that. Part, the RS for tests. So tests, again with the dragging, what's going on? I'm doing something with the keyboard and the mouse and it thinks I'm dragging stuff around. Part. Okay. Let's start with references because that's a nice template to start with. Test bad argument. Shoop. Okay. So Baz, let's just call it bar. Bar takes like an X and a Y, right? And actually, it doesn't even need to be more than one argument. It just needs to be one argument. And actually, it doesn't have to have any arguments at all because it doesn't actually check the formal argument list until later. So we could just do bar and then just put something bad here, like a bad reference. Baz. Baz doesn't exist, right? And it doesn't, this doesn't actually have to have anything in it. And should I compact it even more? No, let's keep it like that. So that's the error. That'll be an unfound reference, right? So it doesn't actually, I don't actually have to give it any bytes. Ingest foo should give me, oh, wait a minute. The whole point of putting stuff in there was observing it through the direct return value. So it's the data that we have to return something. Let's have this just return a constant. Return, if I could spell, 42. So we'd expect unsigned integer 42. Only the argument is going to defeat that. And then we'll set up the logger here to see it. Okay, what do we see right now? We see not yet implemented somewhere. Function. Oh, that's not right. Wait, it looks like a function call. I don't want it to look like a function call. I need it to look like a part. So back to part. Oh yeah, it's not return. So it would be like bar baz return bar. That's a part statement. That's a return statement. Okay, try again. Cool. I think we hit the unwrap I was looking for. Right there. Yep, we hit the unwrap I was looking for. So we have a test that exercises the unwrap that we want to fix, right? And now I get to say what we should do in this case. So, and that would be, was it like a tri-iter? Is there a tri-iter? Because I'd like to have it just bail early. Is it try map? There's no try map. So, you know, what I'd like it to do is just take the result and like it's going to be an iterator whose items are results, right? And I want us to just like short circuit return. Is that here that we do it? There's a way there's a funky way you could do it with collect, right? Like that in some way. I vaguely remember doing this. I'm sure you Rust experts can do it better than me. Is it that if I mark that as a vector and then I collect this as a result vector and then put a question mark after it, then it short circuits and returns? I don't know if I have to be explicit here or not. Two arguments supplied. Another one. Oh, that did it. Yeah, so that's the trick, right? Is that if you have an iteration of results and you collect with a try, then it strips off the result. If it's okay, it gives you a vector. If it's not, I think it short circuits out of the function. So I don't need to say that, right? And I probably don't even need to say the error here, right? But I do need to say result. At somewhere I need to say vector. Can I like put it here and then just say collect? No, it's probably too vague, right? Type annotations needed. It needs to know the B. Try adding that there. I was hoping that it would get it from, it would be implied from that, but I guess this makes it obscure. But actually, can I do that? I can do it that way. Then it's maybe a little bit easier to read. Though it's unfortunate that we have to do that, right? Be cool if we could do that, and maybe in some future version of Rust, we'll be able to say that. But right now, like when you try that, it says you're just missing the arguments. And I'm like, well, yeah, I just didn't want to have to say them because you should be able to figure them out. Same thing here, right? We should be able to say that because it should know that that's generic. The diagnostic says it's missing, so it's like missing should imply um, an implicit. What's the word again? Inferred. Missing generic list should imply an inferred type parameter. Now I understand that if some of them are inferred and others, you have to say which ones, but if they all are, I should be able to just omit the entire list. Strings right, I just read what you said, Sarah, a little bit earlier. Strings right is infallible, but the trait. Oh yeah, and the way I did it, I didn't actually do a try around it because it's infallible. Right, okay. Oh no, I did. Didn't I have to do an expect anyway? Anyway, okay. I need to make sure that that passes the test. It didn't pass. We got the unfound, but we still got a panic. Hold on. Oh, right. Shoot. We had to return something. Why did I have to return something? To make sure that this is an error. Oh, wait. No, I don't have to do that at all, right? Don't I want to just say that this value is a none, but also assert that there was an error? Assert that data is erroneous, right? In fact, I can even go further and I can say assert data dot, it's not helping me. Why not? Key, there it goes. Key children dot get bar unwrap dot error. All that should all be true, right? The foo should have an error and the bar in the foo should have an error. Run that. Cool, it's okay. BIOS unfound. But you know what we should do? We should try to say where we were when we saw that. It should try to retain the location. So the expression could remember its location. I wonder how much work it would be to try to plumb that through. Let me think about that. Expression. The context. Maybe we just remembered in the context. The ingestion context. To know the span, maybe we can just record the span of the statement, so build it into statement. That would be close enough. Where am I going? Should be an AST, right? AST source statement. Yeah, here. Thing is, it's an enum. It's hard to add something to all of the branches of an enum. I could just build it onto a part statement. That might be good enough. Except for what if we have an error in expression of an if? I think it should just be all statements should be able to remember. Okay, so then let's turn that into statement body. Or wait, no, I'm not going to rename that one. I'm just going to make a new thing. This is what I'm going to do. I'll make a new thing called statement with location. With span. Statement with span. Could probably be made a span type that just wraps anything you want to attach a span to. That would be smart. Maybe that's what I should do here. So it would be just generic. It's the idea I was going for. Here's the idea I was going for. I would have a statement and a span. Okay. Span comes from... Oh, is span not in the AST? Oh, we don't have a span in the AST. I have to define it then. I don't have location or span here. Do I want the AST to inherit from token? Because token has these things. I don't see that being too bad. Token's got this location, which has got, I guess I didn't put span in token because why? Because I was lazy? Yeah. Actually, it should just be in a completely independent separation of concerns, right? There should be one very, very small library that is used for tracking like and displaying and debugging the concepts of locations and spans. So, but yeah, let's do it the right way. And then I think I will make a generic like you did. But yeah, I was reaching for the concrete directly, but maybe I should have considered making it generic. Made a trait to add with span method to everything. Why would I need a trait to add it to everything? Oh, to package it? Well, that's just another way of doing a new on spanned, right? Spanned new T. It's my daily spam call. Okay, so what's better? To make the directory first, I guess? Not there. Directory first, call it, let's just call it location. Well, I need a name. I don't know what to call it. Spans? Span? Hey there, the wrapped. Basic constructor, but being able to do expression with span looks nicer. True. Yeah. Now be careful, Sarian. You say too much, and what I'm writing is going to turn into what you have. Okay, we'll just make it called span, and then new file in there, cargo.toml, new directory called src, and a new file in there called lib.rs. Let's just borrow from AST's lib. Actually, I don't need to. That's really, really trivial. Just borrow from the cargo, because it's just because there's boilerplate here. Spans cargo. We're talking about, I don't even need utilities. So there's no dependencies actually, right? Probably no dependencies. Then at the very top level, we're going to say that we're adding a new member called span. Right? And then I think currently it lives in the parser. Yeah, parser has a span. So let's take it out. Actually, I've already written it. Why don't I just move the file over to span? Where are you, span? Scroll. There we go. Move. Then I can just say pub use span spam mod span. And let's say we're using crate location because we're pulling location from the token. So yeah, this is also really nicely ready for me to just take it. So we're just taking it and we're plopping it into source here. And then in lib, we're saying pub use span or use location mod location. Cool. And then I guess cargo build lib span. Make sure it builds. P, right? There we go. Works. And then we got to fix up a bunch of stuff. So there's no mod location anymore. Right. We're pulling this from an external dependency. So token has a dependency now. Span path equals / span. And we're going to need that in AST also. Okay, and then Lexer needs it also. Yeah, I don't want the token to re-export it. I want it to be like, it depends on it. So that's cut, paste, use, span location. Okay, resolve that. Next error. This is in AST. Import span. Next error. We're in the parser's error type. Use span. Use span location. Parser doesn't depend on it. It does not. Okay, so we are just gonna do span, right? There's no module. There's actually, do we actually use it directly here? I don't think we do, so we don't need the use. We don't use location, do we? I do use location down there. Okay, so just do a use here. Import location from span. Use span. Use span. And span location. Is that it? That was easy. That was easy. Cargo, next test run. Nope, I have some tests that are broken. Tim, how are you in your totals today? That was easy. It was easy, except for it wasn't. I have some broken tests. So I think I need to kick my Rust analyzer. How about restart the Rust analyzer? Yep, that's right, turtles. We're using a blasphemous language called Rust. I'm actually taking your beloved C++, a program that I wrote in it, and I'm porting it all to Rust. So hopefully Tim doesn't disown me and ban me from his channel. But yeah, that's what I'm working on today. I'm taking a tool I wrote in C++ called the DataDisintegrator. It pulls apart the bytes of any kind of file or stream of binary stuff and figures out what it all means based off of a format written in a special language. So here is an example of like a format, GIF format, which you probably know about, right? GIF images. They all start with a header, end with a trailer. They have a logical screen, which has a logical screen descriptor and a global color table. And there are data blocks. And the tool that I have kind of takes this and then takes a raw GIF file and walks them through in order traversal of all of the structure to figure out what it all means. So if I run it, for example, and show you what a typical GIF file looks like, if you open it in a hex editor, you'll see it begins with 2 strings. And that's because GIF begins with the header, and the header has a string signature 24 bits long and then a version 24 bits. And the tool figures it out from that. So it's very similar to Wireshark, which you can give it a whole bunch of bytes, which is a bunch of packets, and then tell it that formats of these packets, and it will give you a list of the packets. And if you click on a packet, it'll tell you the details. And if you click on any part of the details, it'll highlight where those bytes are in the packet. And you can even click on a byte and it would show you what it means up here. So I'm aiming for a tool like that. No, unlike lots of peeps, I think everyone should use the language tools that work for them. Yeah, we're just joking. Except for spaces in index, so die on that hill. Yeah, I use spaces. The reason why I use spaces is because if we use tabs, we must all agree on how many on the tab alignment. If we don't, then it forces us to use tab normalization tools where like you check it into Git or your preferred version control of choice, and they would have to like use your preferred tab stops and encode them into something universal as someone else checks it out who has different tab stops that it would need to translate to them. Otherwise, your code gets all misaligned, and we all hate that, right? No, we don't need to agree on that at all. Tabs until characters, spaces for alignment after. Oh, them's fighting words, Tim. Oh, I read it backwards. No, see, I read what I was hoping you would say, Tim. So, Tim, you're opposite. You want tabs here? But then you have to, if you work with other people who have different tab conventions, you'll have like misaligned code unless you have some automated tool to normalize it, right? Just a wrong tab size. I guess there's also the auto formatter, which I rely on heavily. So like if I put a space there by accident, when I hit save, it fixes it for me. And that's through this magic of the, where is it? I don't have the magic. Where's the magic? Where's the magic file? Editor config. We can say that our indent style is space. Oh, Tim, look away, Tim. I guess for Tim, it would be tabs, right? Tab. And then the indent size and all that. But I think also in my Rust format rules, I have to say the same thing. Dot, where is it? I don't have a dot Rust FMT here. Huh. Thought I had one of those. Well, I'll be darned. I don't have a Rust FMT. So does that mean I've been using like the default? No, I can't be using the default. How is it that it's finding my formatting stuff without me having a Rust format file here? Weird. Anyway, spaces is only needed if you're doing, I require this character to be exactly below this other character in line. Well, I am using a fixed width font. I don't know, just when you get used to something, you kind of get stuck in your ways. So I'm stuck in the ways of having fixed width fonts and then having spaces. Tab for indent, Maka S. Yeah, well, I can see Tim's perspective, especially with TS Joss backing him up, saying, like, why do we bother having 8 characters just to say that this needs to be indented? We could just have one tab character. In fact, we don't even need this encode this in the file at all because the Rust formatter knows where to place this on my screen, right? Just based on the syntax alone, it doesn't even need these spaces. And to prove it to you, if I delete the spaces and then hit save, it puts them back. That means it knew how many there should have been. So why do I even need to put them in the file at all? Right? There you go. When I hit save, it should show me the spacing, but it shouldn't actually put it in the file because it doesn't need to be in the file because when it reads it from the file, it can put the spaces back when it shows it on my screen. So there we go. Tim, I've just successfully argued that we don't need tabs or spaces because the computer can figure out where to show it on the screen based off of the syntax. So why are we using tabs or spaces? Answer me that. Right? I could remove all of the spaces. In fact, let's just remove all the spaces. There we go. Actually, we need some spaces. So how about we remove anything where anytime that there's 2 spaces, we just remove them, right? Why doesn't it just save the file like that? Because when I hit save, it puts it back, right? Right? Is the formatting VS Code specific? No, it's Rust FMT. So you have to, granted, you have to have a tool that understands the syntax of the language and knows where to line things up, right? You're not using auto format or CLS+, it takes far too long to set up. It's too rigid. Fair enough. Yeah, with Rust, there's community pressure to kind of conform, but even then, in Rust formatter, you can customize it. And that's what I was just wondering about a minute ago. Where's my customization file? Where's it? I think I know where it is. I think I put it globally, like above this folder somewhere. Yeah, I put it here. There's where it is. It's untrustworthy. So yeah, here's where you get to say like 80 columns maximum. And how to lay out your imports, and probably somewhere in here, yeah, tab spaces is 4. So it's not opinionated about whether it should be tabs or spaces, but this is telling it that when I do a tab, it's the equivalent of 4 spaces. So whenever I hit save, the Rust format tool goes and looks through all these rules. It's my customizations. If I deleted all of these lines, it would revert to the community standard. I have to take this call. I'll be right back. Sorry about that. Did I get a raid while I had to deal with that? You guys couldn't hear me yelling, could you? Oh, I missed a bunch of chat. Tim thinks Rust looks ugly. Do you think this looks ugly? I think this looks beautiful. Come on. Either does C++ have warnings and errors enable? What? Ring, 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 banana phone. Yep. Getting mighty close to the idea of non-text source files. Yeah. Yeah, just dump the AST. Let the tool regenerate the text. So that was actually I had a mentor who had to deal with people in his team. Some of them would like argue about should it be 4 spaces per indent or should it be 2 spaces per indent. My favorite way to solve that would be force everyone to make it 3. Exactly 3 spaces. So you piss off the 2 spaces per indent level camp, and you also piss off the 4 spaces per level indent camp. And then you make them all mad, and you say, well, it's like 2 kids that are pulling on something. You just like cut it in half and say, you can each have half of it. Now they're both mad. So my mentor would say, well, just make it however many spaces you want, and I'll write a tool that when it checks it into the source control repository, it normalizes it. And then when you check it back out, it uses your custom configuration to make it look the way you want. And so then Joe will see it as 2 spaces per indent, and Kevin will see it as 4 spaces per indent, and then everyone would be happy. What you described as tab character. The problem with tab character is that it is some people mix it with spaces. Tim. And also it's not always spaces per tab, it's tab stops. So if you write like A and then you have a tab, and then if you have a AB tab, what does that translate to? Some people will say that that translates to A and then 5 spaces or 3 spaces, right? But then what does this one translate to? A, B, and then 3 spaces? Or is it 2 spaces because it's really a tab stop because you go to column 4, right? So then what this leads things into is if it's tab stop oriented, then you have to know what those tab stops are. And it changes if I were to like put a C here. Now that has to change to a 2. So it just becomes a mess. And I think that's why I don't like tabs. It's just all messy. Spaces after the A, that is alignment. Well, that's the other philosophy, is that a tab should be always a fixed number of spaces. Thing is, if we go back to the way tab typewriters worked, tabs were not a fixed number of spaces. They were actually stops that when you hit the tab, the carriage would jump to the next tab stop. And you can actually adjust them. You could say, I want a tab stop at column 4, and I want the next one at 10, and then I want the next one at 30. And when you hit tab, it would go to 4. You hit tab again, it would go to 10, and then you hit the tab again, it would go to 30. It wouldn't go just 4 at a time. You actually had little physical tabs you put on the carriage to tell it where to stop. They're called tab stops. Yeah, so, but then other people like to think of tabs as equivalent to a number of spaces. And sure, that works if it's on the left-hand side, but if I put like a comment here, now how many spaces do your tabs in here do? If this was tabs and I hit // does the right move over or not, right? Okay, well, if I put too many of them, now does it move over, or is it smart enough to say it actually stay right there, right? So now your 2 tabs become 1 space each, or you're just screwed. So I think I just let the formatter clean it up for me nowadays. All right, let's move on. I was trying to get things to build, right? Cargo build. I was reorganizing some of the code around. I have a type called span, and I wanted to make it common. So, yeah, the grammar needs to be updated. That's why we're getting errors, because this is technically not a Rust file. This is a template to make a Rust file, and so it doesn't know that that should come from span at all. And actually, hold on. It'd be better if I just did this and say span has location and span. Token just has token now. And delete this down here. So now it'll build, hopefully. Showing his age with the typewriter history lesson. Hey, my family, we had typewriters, like physical typewriters with the tape and everything. Well, thanks for sticking around so long, Tim. I know that usually when as streamers we raid people, it's because we have to go do something else. So I appreciate you sticking around and arguing with me about tabs versus spaces and the beauty of Rust versus the ugliness of Rust. So yeah, have a great day. Cool, we're building. So I'm going to use my next test run to make sure all the tests pass. Tim has to watch F1. Of course he does. Tim is like a fanatic when it comes to racing, right? Man, Rust code is the prettiest Rust can be. Aw, thank you. Hey, look, we're passing all our tests. We should be happy about that. Yeah, a viewer in chat named Extremely Ryan told me about next test. So it's an alternative to the built-in cargo test. Cargo test will still work if I could type it correctly, but it's got some disadvantages. Like we have a lot of things that have no tests, and I have to like scroll up until I see my tests, and like then I have to keep scrolling to see what the other libraries were. So I'm kind of sold on this because it's nice and compact. And actually, why did it not give me a summary at the end? Why is it not giving me a summary now? It gave me a summary before. Huh. Am I like imagining this or like, yeah, there it goes. How come it sometimes doesn't give me a summary line? You saw that too, right? It didn't have a summary line sometimes. Okay, well now it's doing it, so never mind. It's also got nice pretty colors. Look, that's nice and green and then nice and purple. And I guess I can click on that and it focuses on where the actual test is, which is kind of cool. Parser. I can actually click that and I can get to the test. Well, theoretically that should work. It looks like it's not though. That should take me to the, so it doesn't quite work. Okay, so there are things that could be improved with this. It looks like it's trying to find it, but it's kind of not sure where to go. That's fine. Okay, the whole point of this was I wanted to put span into a statement because, right, back to the original problem that led me down this path. We're working on different kinds of syntax errors or different kinds of runtime errors, and one of them was that when we're where is it in the ingestion of a statement, when we're executing a part statement and we're building the arguments, we could actually have a an error in where am I looking at? I'm looking at the wrong place. Where was it? I'm skipping around, but I'm not seeing it. It was an executes part statement. It's here somewhere. How come I'm not seeing it now? Is it in build part? Ah, here it is. So there's a big try here because evaluating an expression can fail. It's fallible as this result type. So when we're collecting all of our results, this little punctuation symbol does a lot. It does a immediate return if the result is an error because the type is compatible with that type. And when we return out of build part, we're going to record an error and all that. And inside evaluate expression, we actually do an error diagnostic. But the problem is it'll say that something's not found, but it won't give us a clue about where in our original program that was. And that's readily evident if I run this test of unfound name. It'll say error, Baz bar unfound. And then, I mean, sure, it's easy to see that it's there, right? But what if we had a 1,000 line long format file? I wanted to at least say like baz.bar unfound on line 27 or whatever the line number happens to be, right? I wanted to say a line number. To get a line number, we at least need the line number part of the beginning or the ending of where either this expression was, or I was thinking just an easier way would be to mark every expression with a span, so that we would say within the statement beginning on this line in this range of columns, we have an unfound reference. Coding since 1980, there's so much to learn. Well, I've learned a lot of different things and then forgotten a lot of things. It is what it is. Also, the nature of coding has changed a lot. We're now like using a lot more sophisticated techniques in programming languages. It looks very different from what it looked like in the 80s. Tim and Raimo would make an amazing team in Factorio. Does Tim play at Factorio? I bet you, TS Just, Tim plays Factorio, but he spends all his time driving around in the little car while everyone else does the real work, right? Am I right, Tim? Am I right? He probably gets in that, he probably like prioritizes building the car, and then once he gets the car, now he's off and he's like racing around the yeah, but he should, just to drive the car. I'm sure he would love it. And if he gets bored driving that car around, he could equip the car with ammunition, and now he's running around shooting aliens with the car. I mean, what's not to love about that? Okay, I want to attach a span to a statement. So that's in the abstract syntax tree, right? And here's the original problem was we couldn't get to the span type. Now we can. And I could either go the route of having a concrete statement with span, or I could do something clever like what Sarian suggested, which would be to make a trait called with span, where t is anything we want it to be, and then we would have the span, and we would have the, I don't know what we call it, the t. How come I can't highlight with double clicking right now? Okay, we can't derive things with traits, and pub doesn't make sense on a trait. And what was I going with this? Oh, it's not trait. Sorry, it's struct. It's just a generic structure, though. I guess that would be public and we were talking about having a trait for implementing a blanket, making a blanket implementation for that, but I don't think I need a trait, right? Can't I just do impl t with span t, and I can just say oh wait, to do a blanket for it's something for t, this has to be a trait, right? So I guess it can just be an empty trait, right? I think the way he did this is he called this one spanned, and this is one with span, and it's like implement with span for spanned. Implement with span for t, and then this had a function with span. T is a t, so this is a generic, right? Wait a minute. No, this would be self. And this would be span self. That's right, because that's a blanket implementation, right? Ah, wait. Is it as easy as doing this? Span? I think it's as easy as doing this, right? No, because I have to do this, right? And that's generic, so oh, that's why we can't do it. Because the size isn't known. Okay, that's why. So then the trait would just have to say like that, right? Whoops. Impl? Line of function and inherent method return types, not a trait method types. They just wrap self in the span, then you need to actually implement the trait. Or you need where self size. Oh, is that the problem? I'm not used to doing the where self sized. So you're saying I could have gone back to this, but I have to do a where? Can't type. Missing T. There we go. Look at that. Isn't that pretty? So now I can make a span statement in statements, right? So that's a format. So we can make format have span statements now. Wait, what? Doesn't implement debug. Okay, so we need span to implement debug. That's not a big deal, right? Let's add a new file for span. Pull it out of this. Paste it there. Okay, right. And then this has to be actually can we derive? We can't derive a debug for a generic, can we? Or maybe we can. I think we also need like partial equal or something, right? So that's span module span. I should probably also just pub use span and pub use span with span. Port it. Right, so it has to be partial equal also. It does work with generics, it's just every time we monomorphize it, it gets another implementation, right? Don't need span here. Okay, it actually worked. One of the things I found helpful is a map function on the span, so you can keep the same span but change the inner type. I don't know if I'll need that, but I'll keep that in mind. So the idea is now a format has span statements, and let's chase the errors. So this is where we build it, right? So this should be something with a span, right? With span. span start. Leave that to do first for a moment. Why did it not like that? Because this needs to go there, and that needs to go, that needs to be deleted. And I probably need to import the trait, right? So that's, we can do that in the global tests for convenience. Tests. So we're going to use, actually, we already have a line for span. So with span as, that's the trait, right? Oh, it's from AST. Oh, this is a test, right? Wait. Why does that export not work? This should say AST. Yeah, location and span don't come from... No, wait. I was wrong. That does come from span. Oh, what is it re-exported by AST or something? Hold on. Is it because parser doesn't actually import it? That's probably why. Parser probably doesn't depend on span directly. No, it does. Right there. Oh, I'm not re-exporting it. Abuse span. Oh, I'm getting confused. It's not a span thing at all. It's an AST thing. Then actually, shouldn't it be part of span? It shouldn't be in AST. Yeah, this should just go with span. Okay, we're moving it back down to span. That's where it should have gone. Yes, move it. The lib will have mod spanned. Pub use span. Oh, use spanned. Actually, why don't I just put them both in the same thing? Yeah, why don't I just take these, put it in span, and then just say use span with span. Exactly. Delete this module. Move to trash. So do I need to have spanned? I think I do, right? So spanned as well. Okay. Then the AST, this is, let's just, if I delete that, delete it, and then re-import it. Okay. Lib, the module doesn't exist anymore. This should just be span. Cool. Spanner is on the AST, no span module. Right, now we're moving it. Hi, what are we working on? Unwrap? Yeah, I'm getting rid of all the unwraps in the code. I'm down to just one left, actually. So there were two left, and I got rid of one, and then I wanted to improve the error message. The error message wasn't telling me what line number the unwrap, the thing that now is an error message, it doesn't say what line number it's on. And I wanted it to tell me the line number. So to get the line number, I'm having to attach the line number information to somewhere in my AST. So I decided that we'll do it at the statement level. So a format will now have spanned statements. So span is sort of like, it's an improvement upon something I was coming up with, which was I would have a spanned statement, which is a statement with a span. A span is just a start and an end location, and a location is just a line and column number, right? So a full span is like beginning line number, column number, dash ending line number, column number. But the improvement here was that to just allow it to be generic over any kind of type. And then we have this helper, this blanket implementation called, or this helper trait with a blanket implementation that now anywhere we want to wrap something with a span, we just say with span, and it makes a span of the same type where it just wraps it. And there's this trick I had to learn that it only works if it's sized, because concrete types have to have a size. I have to remember that. Hey there, I play poker badly. Yeah, this is Rust. And why Rust, you might ask? There's the answer. And what are we doing? The project. Resurrecting an old tool. Okay, what about today? I am continuing the implementation of the tool, or the port to Rust, guided by where I still have to do and unwrap in the code. You haven't actually implemented the trait for anything, you just gave a default implementation? Yeah, but when I use it, the blanket implementation gets built and included, right? I still have to say that it's implemented for all t, right? So so you're saying I have to do this, implement a with span for t sized? T. No. Do it that way, right? T sized. So that actually implements it, right? Do I need the sized bit? Really? Oh, right. Because that does a blanket implementation of that trait for any type. But if you try to call with span on something that's not sized, then you'll get, at that site, you'll get an error saying it has to be sized. Yeah, okay, great. Shouldn't this be automatic though? Isn't that implied by having a blanket implementation? No, it's not, because this is just saying anything that implements that trait can have this function for it. But we didn't actually go and say who implements it, and that says it's implemented for any type, right? Okay, thank you for that. I would have got an error the first time I tried to use it, right? It would say like there's no function called with span. Actually, I think I got that and I ignored. I was like got distracted. Okay, here we are. Another one of these, right? Where I have to do with span, and the span as a start and end, which we're leaving to do. Yeah, when I run my tests, we'll panic on to do, and then I'll have to fix it, right? This case, it doesn't really matter, right? No, it's gonna build, so it does matter. It's gonna build spans based off of which token it's in. So what are we saying here? That's 0, 1. So 2, 3. So 2 to 5, 2 to 4, right? The location number is always 0. A little gross, but that's okay. Column numbers 2 to 4. Okay, so we can run this test to make sure it works, right? Okay, somewhere in the grammar, we're still specifying vex statement, so we got to fix that. Grammar. Let's find vec statement. Here it is. So spanned statement. So statement has to be a span statement. Right? I'm already thinking that we have other places where there's statement, right? Yeah, an op else has statement. Do I care about these? Actually, I do. So we want these to be spanned also. So statements. Where's statements? Here it is. So a statement is a spanned statement. So I have to, everywhere I form a statement, I have to do with span, right? So which means I'll want to have these start, left, and end. These special tokens, right? With span, start, end. All the different kinds of statements. Ah, fighting my editor is not fun. All right, all of these have to have this marker on them, right? Wait a minute. No, I don't have to need to do this. I can make another grammar rule which reduces to spanned statement and then just puts the markers around it, right? Yeah, forget this. This is too redundant. There's a better way to do this. So it's like this, pub spanned statement. So it's literally part of that. So it's start, and then it's just statement. End, and then it's just statement with span. Easy. Right? And then this becomes just statement. And I get rid of these markers because I don't need them. There's no with span. Easy. Went through this joyful part when you changed how you represent spans required, except I had to thread through all the logic instead of just the parser because that bit was already written. Okay. Well, hopefully I can get away with that. I just have to find all the places where we expect span statements, right? And make this a spanned statement instead of a statement. So like right here, this needs to be that's statements, but that's actually fine the way it is. Hold on, let's just do a build to make sure, cargo build to make sure it builds. Anonymous symbols like this one cannot be combined with named symbols like end. Oh, I can't have an anonymous symbol there? I was hoping that would just work. Where is that? Up here somewhere here. Right here. There, now it's named. I'm looking for grammar errors. The other errors in Rust I can fix elsewhere. Yeah, I think this is gonna work, right? So just gonna do the ingestion thing there. Oh, no, this is in the grammar again. Wait. No, it's this one that it had a problem with right here. Yeah, execute statements needs spanned statement. There. Which means execute statement means needs a spanned statement. Okay, and then here we want to do, we're borrowing it, so I want to borrow the statements dot, if we want to use it, can I do like do an as ref? Can I do like can I do a reborrow and then just make an as ref statement in span for spanned? How come I can't click on spanned and get there? Yeah, I should be able to do this, right? Impl spanned t. Impl as ref t for span t, right? So that's just self borrow self.t. I don't even need to make that public anymore. Yeah, and why don't I just make this like nice and encapsulated? Well, no, that one I'd like it to be able to get to the span. This one, like, I'd rather it be just referenced as that. I think you want dref and dref, not asref. No, don't I want asref? Am I wrong then? Actually, I think you're right. I want to. Well, don't I want asref also? So given like a spanned t, I can call asref and then get a reference to the t out of that, right? Or is that unnecessary if I do dref? Let's just leave it. I don't know if I need it. You're saying I don't need it, but you're saying instead I need a dref. Target is t. Yeah, so it looks the same. Maybe that's why I'm getting them confused. They look the same, but they're used differently, right? So this is if I want an explicit as ref, right? But this one's automatic, the way I remember it, right? And traditionally you'd have, let's let it auto fill that for a sec. Yeah, we just do mute, whoops, mute self.t. And there's something strange about like you didn't need to say target anymore because this one derives from the other one, right? Yeah. I always found that was kind of weird. I have hardly ever done that. Again, what confuses me is that you end up getting a function that's pretty much the same when you look at it. Because borrowed self-target is t, that's a borrowed t. It's exactly the same implementation. But I guess it's because this one's automatic and this one's non-automatic. Okay, so then I shouldn't have to worry now about using it in place of. So going back to where I was here, does this just work if I just do that? It magically works. I can use a span statement as if it was a statement because of dref. That's cool. I do have an unreachable expression. because I haven't filled these in. Right, well, we do need to put something in there, so let's do it. Location, quick fill. Okay. What are the column numbers? Zero, 1, 2, 3, 4 through 4 through 6, right? Does it build? And if it builds, does it test? No, it doesn't build. Ooh, we are... Oh, it doesn't know what span statement is in grammar. Not this one. This is the generated code. Here. We have to use it, right? Is there a with span too? Yeah, so I need to like... Don't I need to import with span as well? I still need to check out your parser, Sarian. I've been just having too much fun writing my own code, and when I'm not writing my own code, I'm asleep, I'm eating, or I'm doing work. And I guess after the stream today, I'll have some free time, right? Maybe I'll finally look at your parser. I'm sorry. Okay, the build. I just want to make sure. Oh no, it still doesn't know what spanned is. Cannot bind spanned. Is that not correct? Might be worth looking at now, just how the tests are done. Yeah. In the ingestion test, I started doing sort of your idea. So I don't bother actually doing the AST. I have a compile formats helper. So I just have the actual program, and compile formats builds the AST from it by using a Lexer parser. That's kind of what you did, right? You kind of memoized the input so that you didn't have to like manually construct the AST there. I think those were old errors you scrolled up to. It could be, yeah. Let's clear the terminal and then build. Cargo build. No, I think it's still having problems about oh, it's not okay, you're right. It's not that it doesn't know about spanned. No, it's still having problem with spanned, but not in the grammar. It's in ingestion. In the grammar, it's the there are places for conditional it needs to be spanned. Okay, so let me try to remember this. In conditional while for loop bounds. Basically wherever the word statement is or otherwise. Let's look for otherwise. Yes. Because that would be in the AST, right? Conditional. This should be span statement. And spanned comes from span. And all of these have to be spanned. Hold on. Okay, maybe that did it. Yep, it was an AST grammar mismatch. You got it. And I still have more of it. So bounds, loop next. Let's go to this one and fix this one because that's annoying me. It should just... Why is this not showing up as an error here? That's bothering me. Why is there not a red underline here? Restart the server. It should tell me that there's an error there because span is not imported. Is it just confused or something? I mean, it says there are 8 errors, but I mean, and these are bad. These are things I should fix now, right? But why yeah. Actually, I'm wondering why it didn't have a problem with ignore or part. Why does it have a problem with some of these and not others? Maybe just the Rust analyzer is checked out because there's too many errors. Okay, well, let's add this with span. Still don't know why it outdents so far. It should go to there. Start, right? Yeah, why did it put that in front of my face like that? So rude. To do. Okay, so the wait, what? Okay, so the statements inside the conditional 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5 through 7, right? Okay, let's just copy this because we're going to need this in all the other places where we need to have with span. So where's the bar here? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 through 7. Yep. And then the foo part. 7, 8, 9, 10, 10 through 12. Ignore and part don't check a full statement, only one variant of it. Yes, you're right. Probably I missed it. Where's the bar here? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 through 7. Yep. Is a foo also 10, 11 or whatever? 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 through 15. Zero, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 through 7, correct. Okay, moving on. Statement increment. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 through 13. Ten, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 through 17. Okay, I don't believe that it's 0, 0. Yeah, see, it's just not finding all my errors right now. That's a bummer. I think it's because this is so huge, it just gives up. Okay, so yeah, there's more grammar problems. Yeah, this should be like span statement. This should be spanned statements. I thought, yeah, oh yeah, we haven't fixed that yet, but I wanted Rust Analyzer to tell me about those ones. Are those the ones that are left? Oh, it's not span statements. Well, I probably should name it that. Hold on. Statements should be span statements. There should be no statements anymore. All statements should be spanned. Okay, and then there should be no statement. Oh, wait a minute. There was one there. Hold on. Let me try this again. Look for statements. There are 5. Okay, we have to fix all these, right? So can I just do a search replace? So replace. Okay, now what about statement? That one we don't want to. That's the only one that's not spanned, because that's where we do the spanning. No definition found for spanned statements. Statements. Let's just replace statement with statement. Getting there? Okay, so I want my Rust Analyzer to tell me about this. Let's see if do I have to restart servers good enough, or maybe I need to do a cargo clean at this point. So sometimes I get into the state where it just doesn't see them. These are not in like tests or anything. It should see them when it does Rust Clippy or cargo Clippy. It's not seeing them. It sees them when I run it on the command line. Okay, we're just gonna reload then. If that doesn't work, then I'm doing cargo clean. It continues to say that that's not an error. Yeah, what the hell? What if I like break that by putting a 2 there? It's just broken. Okay, we're gonna do cargo clean. Then reload. Frustrating when your tools don't work right, you know? Build those procedural macros. Now running Clippy. Index it. Yeah, maybe restart VS Code out. Yeah, at like what level do you nuke everything, right? Start over with a new virtual machine. Close all editors. I don't know. No problems detected. Well, shit. Okay, quit VS Studio. On a command line, go to projects, DataDisintegrator, and cargo clean there. Maybe do a cargo Clippy to like, we should see the errors here. Maybe then when it gets indexed by Rust Analyzer, it'll see that, right? That's what it should see. So close that and run VS Code again. I wonder if at a certain point I just have too many workspace members and that gets it all confused. Yeah, it's just it doesn't see them. Oh, frustrating. I have to manually do this? Oh, there, I did it. You happy now? It could be that this file is so huge and I still have grammar errors. Okay, so the bounds thing, I must have screwed that one up. Bound statement. Here. Oh, in the AST8 maybe? Did I not hit all those structures? Statement. Yep, indeed. I forgot one. So, do I have anywhere a vec statement? No. Good. I wonder if it's as silly as that because we had an AST problem in the grammar that's generated, that it caused this not to see that other problem. Nope, we still have a problem that... No, that's, what is that? Break. Okay. Wait, what? It found a statement here. It needed a span statement. I don't get it. Clear. Go to the top. Okay, I can fix that one. Let's just fix them from the top and not worry about them until I get to them. So here, that is true that print statements doesn't take span statements, it takes statement. Let's fix that. Okay, it told me about that error. That's nice. One place where it did work. I guess we do this. I kind of need this. What do I do? Do as? Or is this where I do the as ref? There we go. It figured it out. To do, Gree Bennings, unwrap. Hey there, cat peasant. Okay, yeah, here it couldn't figure out the type. What if I just do this? I say let statement, which is a spanned statement, equals statement. And then I can, now it's clear what type I'm talking about. That fixed it, right? It's like, we don't care about the span when we're printing. And that's actually showing me errors again. Okay, maybe that was the problem all along. It's not smart enough to know that I want to dereference the statement as a span statement as a statement. I have a feeling I'm going to need that in other places. Oh, yeah, we use span here, all right. With span. Span has start and end. Start, end. They are both location. Fill the fields. Okay, and it's 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it's 6. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So 7. You're finally good. Oh my god, we're good. Okay, cargo next test run. Well, that was a pain in the butt, but now we should have the spans available so I can start using them when I print out errors. Oh, right. I needed to add in when we're executing statements, we want to take the span out of the current statement and put it into the context for any errors that might happen. That was the whole point of doing all this exercise, right? Okay, we didn't break any of our tests. That's good. So where I want to use those spans, right, is in ingestion in execute statements. Actually, I guess it could be an execute statement here. So we want the context dot current statement span to be equal to statement dot span. So I want to cache that basically. I need this to be copyable. Why does it not know where to get that from? I don't know. How about if I just type it and wait? Interesting. So it doesn't know that oh, ingestion might not import this library. That's right. Yeah, it doesn't. Span, there we go. Now it should be smart enough to say, oh, I know about that span. It's from span. This, I don't want to use the word span here. I want to use other words. So this tracks the line and the column numbers of the first character in the current statement being executed. This tracks the line and column numbers of the first character and the next after the last next character after the last. It's got to be a better way to say this. So what's a better way to say this? This tracks the line and column numbers of the first character and the next character after the last character. That's really clumsy. Any ideas where how I might phrase that? This tracks the line and column numbers of the first character. How would we just say this tracks the line and column numbers bounding the current statement being executed? That's probably good enough, right? I'll know what that means. Or containing? Containing. Okay, now the whole point of that was to use it, but first I need to fill this in, right? Right, this needs to be optional because we might not be in a statement. So this becomes none. That gets inherited. This is because it can't be copied, right? Oh, this is sum. But we'll run into another problem where this can't be copied, right? Yeah. So I intend that to be copyable, imminently copyable. So let's just mark it as such. So the way we do this is location is already clone copy. It's also got a default, so maybe that's not a bad one too to derive. Span should also have clone copy default and debug. Actually, technically debug comes first before default. Alphabetically. There should be a debug on location. I don't know why there isn't one. Oh, because it's manually written. Why did I do that, but then do this one manually? Shouldn't I do this one manually also? Because I want that dash in there. And we're doing the debug trait of both start and end, right? Yeah. Location should do the same. That should be, or no, that was intentionally display trait. Yeah. Same thing. We're intentionally using the display trait for the start and the end. So we don't derive that anymore. Okay. So now that they're both marked copy, this can copy the statement span. Okay, now the final thing, which was when we emit the error in a bad expression, I should be printing what statement we're in. So that's context evaluate expression right here, right down in here. So let's put in the span of the statement. So that's error, and that's self.current statement span.expect expression found outside of a statement, because we shouldn't have one like that. Okay, it's too long. I think it's because the string is too long. So I know a lot of people hate this, but I'm gonna do a concat to force it to wrap it like that. So concat allows the formatter to not lose its sanity. So now if like I indent that, the problem is if I don't use concat and I just like have one long string, the formatter loses its mind. Now when I save, it's like broken. See, it's not, I'm hitting save and it's not formatting because this string, I think it's because this string is so long that it doesn't know how to break it up. So it gives up. But putting in a concat in there, now it's like, oh, these are separate strings and they can be formatted correctly. And there's no real cost other than at compile time it has to concatenate. And I guess it's not as pretty, but then again, it does fit within 80 columns, so fine. Okay, all of that just so that in our test we can see the line number, column number for bad reference here, right? Unfound name. All of that to test this. Multi-line string works well in 0 languages. So there we go. It's harder to see, but it says line number 4, column 13 to 28. So yeah, there's line 1, 2, 3, 4, right? Columns 13 to 28. So it identifies this statement has an unfound reference in it. So it's close enough, right? If I wanted to go deeper, and I would have to span all the expressions too, but I figured that spanning the statement was good enough. So it should narrow it down, hopefully to like one line, and maybe even like the columns in that line To narrow it down to the actual expression would mean that I'd have to go into that grammar again. And everywhere there's these expressions, which is everywhere, it's like probably hundreds of them, we would have to have these all be spanned, and then everything we constructed out of them would have to be spanned, and it would just be a huge mess, right? So the compromise was we're only spanning statements, which was enough of a jolt, right? Okay, then we're moving on. We're going to the next unwrap. I think I only have one left. Besides the tests, right? These are tests. These are logging tests. Yeah. So we only have this one left. This is only the last unwrap. So this is if a format's not found, right? So let me look and see what do we do in the C code version of this. Decomposition, composer. So this would be execute. No, this would be in decompose. Decompose. Can I like never show this to me again? Don't show again. Do you ignore? Yeah, ignore. Thank you. You can do multi-line string literals without concat using pretend that's a new line. Yeah, but then I have to put that backslash in there and just, I don't know. I guess I just don't like that. Or was it that the formatter still had a problem with it? Here, let's pin that. A side discussion. Let's look for one of those concats, right? Yeah, the one I just did, right? Let's say I don't use concat. Instead, I do, like you said, we do a backslash, right? So that's what the formatter does. It indents that one, and the actual string will have the new line in it, but I don't want the new line to be in the string. So how do I do this without actually encoding the new line? If you escape at the end of the line, it escapes all white space until. So you're saying that this would actually be the equivalent of that? See, I guess that's okay, but I guess I don't know. I don't know what I think about the indentation there. You know what I mean? Yeah. I'm on the fence now. If this just makes one line with no new lines in it, the only thing I don't like about it is the indentation. But then again, like maybe the indentation is appropriate because this is like a continuation of that. Okay. I'm gonna go with that. So let's apply it to this other. Here's another case where we had concat, right? So the idea is we do a backslash and get rid of that character and let the formatter do its work. I have to remove oh, maybe this is why it doesn't work with format strings. Expected a comma. That's because I didn't put a comma. No, it works. Hey there, Papata, still Papa? How are you doing? Now you think about it, I haven't tested that in format strings. It looks like it works. In fact, why do I do that there when I could do that? Now, someday, Rust will be able to do that, and we'll be really happy, but it doesn't work right now. We'll get an error here. Look at that. It's like, can't do that. Bummer. To do it the old school way. There's a multitude of things that you can do There are a multitude of things you can do in a lot of languages. I think you have an extra can do in there. That's okay. It's all awkward and weird. Stop caring at that point and try to solve the problem, whatever works best. Yeah, but I'd like to fine tune my style based off of ideas from other people. Otherwise, it gets stale and crusty, and then I think the feedback's useful. Oh, no worries. It just tripped. I tripped up on the word, is all. Okay, I think I'm sold on this. So I'm gonna thank Japfo for letting me do this without concat. So we saved 2 lines, right? The old style looked like this. we had 2 extra lines. Now the new style is a little bit better, I think. And I also took the opportunity to put bytes in there. Now that I'm looking at this, do we actually want this panic? Yeah, this would indicate something's broken in the lexer, right? That it puts us into the middle of the character instead of between characters. So this should be unreachable. Would it be better to say this is unreachable? Here, indices, offset, compare bytes. Yeah, this should be unreachable. You can put a string in unreachable, right? Yeah, I think instead of panic, we're gonna make a claim that we shouldn't be able to reach it, and if we do want a diagnostic. But it still builds, right? Yep, we're all good. So I should also be looking for panic. Okay, we don't have any of the panics. But yeah, this unwrap we want to do. Not the unwrap ors. Unwrap. Still need to fix. Okay, so then got sidetracked because I was looking at something else, right? It was the concat thing. So we're back on track with the decomposer. I wanted to like try to maintain it. So it's just unknown format in quotes, the format name, and then mark it as an error, and that's it for the rest of the component. Okay, unknown format. So it would be, I think we do if let. Or no. We do let some format else error unknown format comma context. How come I'm not getting any help from this current statement span? Because there's no unwrap. Does not. Yeah, we needed to diverge by doing return, right? Early return. But I need to do context.composite.error equals true. This should be an expect, right? Oh wait, no. We might have an outer, the outer ingest. Hold on. The outer ingest, does it get into? What if I tell it like the format that doesn't exist? Yeah, how does this work again? Outer ingest. Where does it get the format from again? I guess we store it there? Hold on, I forget how this works now. Tests. Oh yeah, we do put it in the data component and then we tell it to ingest. Okay. So if that format, it pulls it back out here, we might not be in a statement. So I want to only print that if there is a statement span. Okay. What if I have a helper that like attaches an optional span? So like, just to say like error. What if I make the colon space sort of something that it can do? In fact, if I implement the display trait for that, I can have it put the colon space in there for me, right? So I don't know if this is the right thing to do, but we can do it. See how it goes. So actually, I don't like it. Let's say this is as prefix. So what we'll do is we'll have some helper stuff here in span. So there'll be implementation for span. Where do I put that? Pub function as prefix, right? Option. Self. Actually, what is the exact type of this? It could be whatever I want. So not to move it out, I probably want to do a reference to it, yeah, and then okay, shift state's all messed up. Okay, fixed it. Okay, so then this would be like a string, right? Okay, why can I not do that? Cannot define inherent impl for a type outside of the crate where the type is defined. Okay, then we do it the other way. Can I do it that way? Can I, yeah. You can't do that. Okay, shoot. I was hoping I could like implement. It would be like I would just make a dummy trait, right? If I really want to do this that way, trait span helpers implement for all t's. Well, implement span helpers for option span or for span, right? Hold on. Or would I do it for option? This is where I'm not sure. But there's a trait here. And that's where I put this in there. Pub trait function as prefix. Self. I think this is how I did it, right? Yeah. Looks complicated. Consider rewriting in Go. Nope, I haven't considered rewriting it in Go. Okay, as prefix. So this is like match self. So none is gonna be just string new. Some span is going to be format. With the colon equals in there on purpose, span. Okay, so that was all so that I could just have like a really convenient formatter there, span as prefix. That should just work, right? Or do I need to import the trait to get that? I think I have to import the trait to get that. Could import span helpers. So we'll make that available at the top level. Go back to here. Use span helpers as erased name. Hey, look, it works. So all of that was to get a diagnostic that might have a statement in front. Because I plan to use that in a lot of other diagnostics. And we may or may not have a column or line number, right? Okay, so then, actually, you know what I should have had ready was I should have had a test for this first, and I forgot to do that. I guess we could do it in part. So this would be like a bad format. Bad format. So we'd have foo, and then we'd have like, let's say it's bar, and it's actually baz. When we compile this, it should compile, and we ingest a foo, we should get a none for the data value because that format doesn't exist. So it should give me an error. So yeah, the whole thing should be an error, and so should bar. So let's see what we get. And it works. And here's our diagnostic. Line 3, columns 13 to 17. So that's line 1, line 2, line 3, columns 13 to 17. It works. Look at that. It says that in that statement, unknown format bar. Perfect. I like it. It worked. So we have no more unwraps in the whole code, except for tests. So then we're left with all the to-dos. So these should only be test unwraps. So we have to-dos and we have to-do macros. And then we have to-dos and comments. And so there are 19 of those. So what about the other form? 11. Some of these don't make sense because they're for other projects. Let's close those. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right, so we're not using the expected tokens. We wanted to write this to use, so I'm leaving those for now. So close those. Match up arguments with parameters here. Okay, that's one thing we could do. Use indices here, including the ones implicit by, okay, so I have to actually have the vector context stuff written first. And then this one, I need that later when we have other starting points. So all these to-dos have to wait anyway. So let's look for to-do. Actually, back up. There was one I could maybe do, right? Yeah, I could do this one, matching up arguments with parameters. So the idea is that in statements, in the format, there's these arguments, and those are the formal names, right? In the arguments here, those are the actual values. So we would match them up. And we would catch things for like, if we have too many arguments, we have too few arguments. And then when they do match, we would take from the arguments names, we would then push them into the context composite data. We would push them into the key children. So they get defined as if they were part of the composite, but then they would not have an origin associated with them because they are just values. That would allow them to be used as references. So a good test of this would be we make something that uses a parameter, a part that uses a parameter. So maybe a test for part. Yeah, so let's do another part test. Only this won't be an error. This will be actually be, so this assert false. Is there an assert false? Or you just do assert and then invert error? Okay, so this is test argument. So the idea is that we would pass an argument to bar. So we'd say like bar 4, return bar, and bar is going to like parse something. It's going to have arguments, bits. So UI of some bits. We have to give it a name, content or something. Return content. And then let's give it a byte like 0x12, and then we should get, for the data, we should get we should get 4 bits, right? That's the idea. So some data value of unsigned integer 4. Oh, sorry, 1. Or technically it's 4 bits long, right? 0001. If this was in binary 0001 0010. So those 4 bits come out there. No error on foo. So we don't need to check the children because there's no error at the top, there's no error anywhere. Okay, let's run the test. This should fail because we haven't written the code yet. So yeah, we get a none. And we get bits unfound. So it's unfound because we didn't actually copy in the arguments. So that's the part we're supposed to be doing, right? Test-driven development. Match up arguments with parameters here. So I think we're just gonna zip and walk through them, right? So it would be format dot arguments dot zip or iter zip with how far does zip go? If either returns none, next from this data return none. Actually, that's not what I want, right? I want to continue going until both of them are none. And if either one is none inside the iteration, then there's an error. Katamoy, hi. I don't remember you. Why is that? Did you change your name? Or has it's just been a long time and I don't remember? Let's see, when was your last message? Back in September. Let's see if I can remember the context of this. Oh, you were having some kind of OpenGL issue? How come I don't remember this? You spent 3 days debugging every single line of your code. Oh, right. You're trying to figure out why yeah. You're trying to figure out why you were getting a GL invalid enum. I think I remember saying, well, that's one of the weaknesses of OpenGL is because you don't get an error immediately. It's not until it gets batched as part of a larger operation, and then you don't know what thing in the batch gave you the error, right? Yeah, I can't remember my children's names sometimes correctly. Yeah, so right now today I'm working, it's been a while, right? So in general, the project is reviving an old tool for parsing binary data. And today, specifically, I'm continuing the port of the implementation of this tool, guided by where I have either an unwrap or a to-do in the code. So here's a to-do. We need to match up arguments with parameters here. So the test was in this format. So the data analysis tool uses programs of this format to parse data. So this program is basically saying some data is going to consist of a bar, and whatever the value of bar is, that's the value of foo. bar takes in a number of bits and it says parse the next bits. So if it's 4, it's parse the next 4 bits as an unsigned integer and name that content. Take the value of content and make that the value of bar overall, which then it becomes the value of foo. So when we compile that and we give it this bit stream to ingest as the format foo, we should get back out those first 4 bits and there should not be an error. And that's because we want this actual argument to line up with this formal argument so that we can use it in this statement, right? So the test will only work if this is matched up with that to be used as a reference there to fill in that. Last time you watched me, you could spawn a bunch of cubes. Oh yeah, that was the last project. I was playing around with WGPU and eGUI and all that. I'm going to use some of that later in this project because this project ultimately is going to make something like Wireshark, where we want to have a GUI that shows like a hex editor, and when you drop a file in, and then it'll just show you in hex, and then if you tell it what format it is, then it'll start to show you like trees where it breaks down the data and you can click on different elements, kind of like what Wireshark does. And I was planning to use eGUI for that. Although it might be overkill. Maybe I don't need like a immediate mode GUI like a game would have. I just need like a standard GUI that lets me have data, trees and tables and rows and columns and that kind of thing. Yeah, I changed projects because I learned enough about WGPU to like, okay, I have a general idea on how to do most things that I would care about. And then, yeah, I've been trying to resurrect this older program now since then called DataDisintegrator. Basically, there's the mission statement. It disintegrates by pulling apart the bytes of some file or stream, and it assigns meaning based off of some format that's written in a domain-specific language. So here's the domain-specific language. So in Rust, we're making a compiler for this language, and then using the compiled form of it to walk through a data structure and figure out what each byte means. And the compiler's 2 parts. There's a lexer and a parser. And these are all done now. So we turn our program into this abstract syntax tree that's defined in the AST library that I made. And then we're using it to break down the data. And this literally is an example of it. Here's the input program. The compiler does the lexer parser, gives us an AST, which is this hash map of strings to formats. A format looks like this. It's just a name, so like foo. It has some arguments, so like bar has 1 argument, foo has 0. And then it has some statements, and these are statements. There's 2 statements there and 2 there. These are both part statements. They specify that we're going to parse the next thing as a part of the larger thing. So bar is a part of foo. This UI called content is part of bar. And then these are special statements that don't parse. They just take the value from something we already parsed and then assign it to something else. So a return assigns it to the whole. So content becomes the value of bar, and then bar becomes the value of foo. So yeah, the abstract syntax tree of all of this looks like, well, there's 2 of them, foo and bar, 2 of these formats in a hash map keyed by these names. So that's the point we're at. The compiler's done. Now we're using it to actually parse data, but there's like 11 plus 14 or 20. There's like 30 something places in the ingest that's not finished yet, and this is one of them. If I run this, okay, we're in the middle of editing it, but the test was failing because it didn't know what bits was, because we're not assigning the actual value of the parameter to the name and storing it in bar. And that's where I happen to be working on right now. So yeah, I wanted to like take the formats and iterate them along with the other, which was the arguments, right? Which is this vector. But I don't think zip is appropriate because zip is going to stop when either one is none. It says if either one returns none, we would return none from the zipped iterator. I don't want to do that because if either one has more, then we want to print that as a warning. Actually, if there's not enough arguments, I think I want to call it an error. If there are too many arguments, we'll just call it a warning, because we don't have any use for an extra parameter, right? So I suppose what I want to do is I want to actually just walk through this manually. So let mute formal equal format.arguments.iter, and then let mute actual equal arguments dot into iter, because we're going to consume those. Okay, and then we're going to go while they're both, while either, so it's like while let inside of a tuple some formal comma some, actually it should be while they're either one is something, right? So maybe we just have a loop, and inside the loop we do a match formal.next with actual.next, and then we do match arm, and when they're both none we're going to break, right? If so, here are the two warning, actually no formal argument. So this is a warning, right? This means we have an extra argument. So this is extra argument. This means that we're done. This means missing argument. And this means matched formal with actual, matched arguments. Match argument with name. No name. No value. Matched name with value, right? Okay, and then we just have to fill these in now, right? So extra argument, I wanted to just do a warning. Warn extra argument to some part, some format. I guess we can use format in here, right? Well, it would be format.name, right? So the first part is the context dot, it's not going to help me, is it? What if I do that and I have to resolve this, import the warning. Okay, now I can say comma context dot current span as prefix, comma, and then the second part was format, borrow format dot name. Actually, do I need to borrow here? It borrows for me, right? Right. So if there's a, then we continue, right? If there's a missing argument, then we have a problem. Then there's an error. Hey there, Raster Bunny. Do you guys still think that I should use that bunny for my stream avatar? It's only a bunny because I needed something and I didn't want to use my face at the time, and that just happened to be a random image I had on my computer. Sarian saying, could you not check the lengths of both lists for this, then only iterate on the success cases? Well, I kind of want to have the warning for every argument. But then again, we're not printing the actual sum, actual value, right? So maybe it's pointless. So what if we just, so I could do that. I could just like, actually, I think I think it's because I want to, no, what do I want to do? Data value. Was there a reason I had an option there? Okay, maybe I don't have a good argument not to check the length on this. So check the length and then just zip them. Because I don't use these anyway. So really it's just rewriting it in a different way. Maybe it is cleaner that way. So it would be like this: match formal formal length and format arguments length and arguments length. Right, and then we have formal argument, formal actual. How do you do this? It's like where, if formal is well, let's just do actual is greater than formal. That means it's some extra argument, right? So then we would put this warning in there. Formal actual, if actual is less. Actually, why am I doing it this way? Shouldn't I just do a compare? Wouldn't that be nicer? Then I just do field match arm. We have ordering less equal greater. It's just harder to think of, but then I can just figure out which is which. So less than means that the formal arguments is less than the actual. So we have an extra, right? That's extra argument. Okay, because it's all broken. It's not formatting it for me. Missing argument then is the other one, right? And so this is, we don't need to do anything. I guess this does look better. You've convinced me. So that's extra argument. Missing argument. Oh, I copied the wrong thing. Oh, because I haven't written this in yet. This should be an error. Let's just delete this extra stuff. Get rid of all this junk. Okay, and we're actually working on that to do. You have to borrow. That's always weird to me that we have to, the compare takes a reference and we can't even see that if I click on it. Anyway. Okay, so we have a warning, we have nothing, or we have missing. Missing should be an error. Missing arguments to that, and then context.composite.error equal true, return. Then I can do the big zip, right? So format.arguments.inter zip arguments into iter dot map formal actual, or is it just for each? For formal actual in That's probably easier, right? So we have a string and an optional data. I need to find out why that's optional though. Is that because I wanted to allow the expression evaluation to potentially fail? Let's see, where is this referenced? Yeah, why is it an option? Is that because nil is a none? Oh, okay, that's why. That's right. I didn't want to have a variant of a data value for nil. Nil is a legit data value, and that'll be none. Hey there, Webby. What are we making? Making this old tool for resurrecting binary, resurrecting an old tool for parsing binary data. So think of Wireshark. You drop in some data and you want the tool to tell you what it all means. That's what my program is going to do. So you describe the format of the data in a specific domain-specific language. It'll assign meaning to every piece of that file. It's kind of like what Wireshark does. It has these data dissectors built in that says, okay, these bytes are a string of packets. Let's figure out what kind of packet each one is. And then within each packet, there are different protocol layers. And if you click on anything, it kind of shows you where it is in the original packets there. So I'm kind of trying to do the same thing. Here's an example format I've been working with that's really simple. It's like the GIF file format has a header and has a trailer, has a screen, which has a descriptor and a global color table. And the descriptor says how big the GIF image is. And the data blocks have the compressed pixels in it. And here's an example. Parsing with the old C version, right? These first, this is better putting out, well, header has a string signature 24 bits long and a string version number 24 bits long, right? Logical screen has a descriptor, which has this little endian unsigned integer 16, which is the width. That LEI16 is two unsigned integers 8 bits long and then composed that way. And so with the data, you see first 3 bytes interpreted as a string, next 3 bytes interpreted as a string, and then here's where we figure out that it's a 300 by 300 by 300 GIF image. So and so on. You can think of it as a general purpose programmable decoder, because the format description, you pass it into the tool and it does a just-in-time compilation of it. So that's the 2/3 of the program is taking your input program and turning it into an abstract syntax tree, and then we do an in-order traversal to break down the binary data. And I'm working on this third part, the ingestion. Here's an example test, right? Where we're testing to make sure that an actual argument matches a formal argument. This will only work and give us the first 4 bits of our byte here if the 4 gets assigned to the name bits, so that when we reference it here, it will bound that unsigned integer to 4 bits and then parse it correctly and return it, and then the return goes all the way back out so that the value of foo is that first 4 bits there. So that's what we're making. Decided to change how you do allocators and moving over to Rust standard stuff, since you already had stuff like selecting allocators at thread local. Gonna move some management info as a header into the allocation. Just handle that with. So the Jamega, you're becoming a memory management guru. Is that what you're saying? It sounds cool to me. So Sarian was saying, don't change the rabbit. And you could just do one if statement for not enough, which is the error case in return. But I still wanted to have the warning though. Where was it? Where are we working? Up here, right? I still want to have this warning. Sure, we could have, if it's greater than, we have that. But how would I work in the warning without handling the less alternative? One of the main reasons box is special because of the memory management. Yeah. So Webby, let me know if you have any questions. I am occasionally gonna show the original C++ version of the tool, which is really gross, but it does the job. Like you saw down here, it pulled apart the data. It goes all the way to the end of the file, and says that there are 61 GIF data blocks and the trailer matches, so it all parses. But the code isn't that pretty. It's like old and crusty C++ code, and diagnostics were hard to do. The code is really far indented. One of the reasons to port it to Rust, right? Use a language that I like working in. Get it to the point where it's in parity, or has the same feature set implemented and working as the C code, and then just drop the old version, and then go on to bigger and better things like user interfaces for it. Yeah, so I'm working on the part right here where we have a user-defined format, and we want to make sure that it exists, and that we compare the formal arguments with the actual arguments and make sure that they're equal, that they're not equal to. We either have extra arguments, no names, or we have missing arguments, no values. So if we have too many arguments, that means the formal arguments list is shorter than the actual, then it's just a warning. We have extra arguments. If there are more formal arguments, that means we're going to have missing values for some of the arguments. And then I opted to say it's an error and don't even parse it. And so if we get through it, we either have extra or we have the same number, and then we'll just rely on the zip to walk these two lists side by side. So we have the formal argument, which is a string, and the actual, which is an optional value, because we allow nil to be a value. It'll be none. So here I think I just want to take the value and stuff it into the components named children, right? So context.composite.name, this isn't working, dot keyed children dot, oh, we have to be careful that we might have two formal arguments with the same name, right? So we need to check for collision here. I already had code to do this. I should probably refactor that into a common function that we use in both places. Yeah. Hold on, let's comment that out and let's find where I did that. Keyed children, was it here? Yeah, it was this collision detection. Yeah, I think we want to refactor this out so I can call it from both places. Honestly, it's way beyond your expertise. Just done that, I'm doing this. It's actually still student in your last year. You do internships. Occasionally come to Twitch for some motivation to learn. Well, let this really complicated looking code motivate you to keep practicing and learning, and at some point you'll be doing stuff that's so arcane that either you're doing it wrong or you just are really deep with knowledge. Sometimes it's hard for me to tell. Sometimes my code is just hard to read because I wrote it badly. Other times it's hard to read because we're doing some pretty complicated stuff. Yeah, run for the hills, exactly. It's more likely actually if you're looking at my code and you can't understand what it's doing, it's because I haven't polished it well enough. Ideally, when I'm done, the code is easy to understand. So we should reduce things down to like very small pieces. So like here, a conditional is there's a condition and then there are statements to execute if the condition is true, right? And a statement is a vector of span statements. We know what a vector is. Span is just a little wrapper that along with something, it records a span, and a span is just a start and an end, and a location is a line number and a column number, right? This should be like each of these pieces should be individually easier to understand. There's some arcana here because these things like debug and display come with Rust standard library, and that's like it's a convention for how you format a value for debugging or for displaying to the user, right? So hopefully this shouldn't be too complicated, but if we want to display a location to the user, what we ultimately want to do is format the line number and the column number, adding 1 to each because we want to go from a 0 base number to a 1 base number, and then putting them into a string with a colon between them, and then writing that out to wherever it's going to go. So if I show you these individual pieces, hopefully they make sense. Take the line number, column number, add 1 to each, put a colon between them, put it into a string, and then that's how we display a location. Some of the other things, like what this punctuation means, really not that important when you're first learning. The important thing is that this is a trait in the standard library for Rust to say anything that implements this trait can be written out in the debugger. This trait is very similar to that, only instead of it going to the debugger, it's for normal printing. And this pattern is kind of like how you format things into, like how you do a string interpolation. We're forming a string, but in this place, insert the string version of that. It's recursive. It's like this line number is a usize. That means usize also has to implement debug and display, which it does. Otherwise, we would have an error here, and we'd have to go and we'd have to implement debug and display for usize, right? Yeah, the other punctuation here, not so important again. Other things that you'll learn when you're learning Rust are that the from trait is twin to the to trait, into. There's from and into, and they're like brothers. They're the inverse of each other. So when you want to have two types that are convertible, you usually implement from, and then the into is automatically implemented for you. So it goes both ways. This says that I can take an immutable string. That's what this means. It's an immutable string, and I can turn it into a location. So we do that by splitting at the colon, and then we get a line number and a column number, and we parse them as unsigned integers. And if either one doesn't parse, we say it's bad, right? And otherwise, we put them together into a location. If we didn't have a colon, then there's a missing colon, right? So this will automatically generate an implementation of into location for immutable string so that you can either say, take a string and I want a location from it, or you can say, I want to turn a string into a location. So yeah, from and into are for type conversion. Display and debug are for printing, right? So that I fully described this file except for maybe some of the weird punctuation, which isn't really important at this point. But if I'm working on a part of my code where like it really doesn't make any sense to you at all, like maybe this doesn't make any sense, then it's either that I haven't described what this function's job is, or the function is too complicated. The name of the function is supposed to be long enough and descriptive enough along with the arguments that it gives you a general idea of what we're doing if you know about the project, the structure of the project I'm doing. That's why I always, when someone comes in and asks, what am I doing? I try to start with the top level view saying, we're taking this and we're using it to parse data. So what is this? It's a custom program. We have to compile it. And once it's compiled, we need to walk through it in memory. So if I say that this is a format and these are statements in the format and this is a part statement, then when I get to the code here and it says execute part statement, hopefully it clicks and it's like, this is a statement. It's a specific kind of statement called a part statement, and we're executing it when we're parsing. When we get to this point, that means the next bit in the stream is going to be the first bit of the header. This being a part statement, again, the grammar of the part statement we can talk about separately, but fundamentally it's take the next 24 bits, interpret it as a string, and name it signature. And that's one of the jobs of this executes part statement. It has to build a part, and part of that process, it figures out where the bit stream is and all that stuff, and then maybe this is too complicated, I'm not sure. But then we get to ingest part, ingesting context. And there's where we say, well, if the format is an S, it's an elemental S, which is a string. So we take the bits out and we interpret it as a string using Rust's built-in conversion from bytes to a string. Basically it says we want to convert from bytes, assuming it's UTF-8, and lossy means if it doesn't match UTF-8, just replace it with like replacement characters. All right. Yeah, I think the code is kind of ugly and I need to refactor this, but I try to follow development in 3 stages. Make it work. Number 2, make it right. Number 3, make it fast. So this is what sometimes people refer to as functional. And this, I like to call it readable. And this is optimized. So as much as possible, I try to do all 3 at once, but doing multiple things at once is hard. So if it's really a challenge for me, I'll first focus on making it actually work, making it functional, and I won't care if it's readable or fast, right? Now, if I'm a little bit better at it, I might make it readable while making it functional. But sometimes I just make it work, and then I go back as a second step, and I actually make it readable. And then, and only then, would I try to optimize it. Sometimes you never get to step 3 because it's fast enough. Sometimes you never get to step 2 because it's readable enough. But you almost always do step 1 because who likes to make things that don't work? Okay, we're talking about the GIF FMT and trying to process if the line by line. We're using a pointer reference for all strings. That's what you got. What if I put them side by side? That might help. Okay, here's the data we're parsing. You can kind of see in the decoded text that it starts with GIF 89A, right? And that's important to remember for a little bit from now, right? Let's put that side by side and say, just in general, what the tool does is it puts these side by side in memory, and it starts at the beginning of each, and it tries to match them. So it'll say, okay, GIF starts with a 47. What's GIF made out of? Well, GIF is made out of a header. What's a header made out of? Okay, a header is made out of a signature and a version. What's a signature? It's a string. How long is it? 24 bits. So literally it takes 24 bits, which is the GIF. It interprets it as a string, and it names it signature. So when I run this, it says, hey, look, I found GIF header signature. It has a value GIF, right? We did parsing, yay. Next step, we're on this 3rd byte, or this 4th byte, right? So what's next after the signature? Well, first we made sure the signature is GIF. If it's not, we declare an error. As long as it's GIF, we go on and we say the next 24 bits interpret as a string, name it version. Hooray. Then check for if it's a known version number. If not, it's an error. Then return version, which says take version, which is string 89A, and make it the value of header. So that's another declaration. But hey, as a side effect, we know that the signature and the version were 3 bytes long, and the version started at offset 3. And the signature started at offset 0. Therefore, we know the composite header starts at offset 0, the beginning of its first part, and goes for 6 bytes because it goes for the combination of the lengths of the first 2, right? So that is the header. Does that make sense? And then it keeps going, right? So next it'll go, what's after header? Logical screen. What's in logical screen? A descriptor. What's in a descriptor? An LEUI, which is called length. And what's in an LEUI? Well, glad you asked. It's an unsigned integer, which is 8 bits long. Okay, that's 2C. Then there's the unsigned integer MSB, 8 bits long. Well, then we want to take MSB, shift it left 8 bits, add to that the LSB. So that's 1 shift left 8 bits is 256. Plus 44 is 300. And that is the overall value for the LEUI, which becomes the overall value for the logical screen width. And we can see that here. This Shift, logical screen descriptor, logical screen width is 300. So yeah, it's kind of hard to describe what the tool does without showing all three of these things side by side. What is the raw input? What does my program here tell the tool to do with the raw input? And then what does the output actually look like, right? There are two inputs. We walk through them together to produce the output. Same thing that Wireshark does. It gets a bunch of raw bytes from the network interface. On the side, it has basically a dictionary of how to interpret bytes that come from the network. What are the different kinds of packets? How are they formatted? Then it matches them up. It says, okay, this is a frame, and inside the frame is an Ethernet packet, and inside the Ethernet packet is an ARP packet, etc., right? And once it gets to the end of the packet, it says, okay, the next byte is the first byte of the second packet. And it does it over and over again until it says, we have all of these packets. If you click on any one, it says, I remember where that packet was. And not only do I remember where it was, I remember all the little elements of it. And you can click on any of them and find the raw byte or vice versa. And that's my end goal, is to be able to describe any format in this language, feed it some bytes, and then get something out that maybe we show in a UI, or maybe we play around with. The tool, you could script this so that maybe you have a shell that just tells you how many pixels wide and tall an image is, and it just says, okay, it's a GIF. Parse it until we reach logical screen descriptor. Okay, and that's the width and height. Done. Don't even have to parse the rest of the data if we don't want to. All right, we're going to make a common function that like basically handles L values. We have to ask the keyed children of the composite in the current context, show me your entry for a certain name, and we have to clone it because that we're going to bind it into the name. And if it's a vacant entry, then good, we can insert our part in there. But if it's not vacant, then we have a collision, and we need to mark the whole composite as in error and return. So I think that's what we want, and it's going to return one of these entries, I think, right? Actually, I think what I wanted to return, yeah, it's this entry thing, right? Whatever the type of that is. It's of type vacant entry. Actually, I guess we'll make it a result vacant entry. Or maybe an option, because we already handled this. I'm trying to decide what to do here. You have a question though, how is it different from its C counterpart? They're just written in different programming languages. So this is how it's written in Rust, and then this is how it's written in C++, right? It's so like, where is it? Inside of here somewhere, there's the collision thing. Was it? Is it here? No. Yeah, I wrote this like 5 years ago, so I have a hard time remembering like, oh, it's dereference, right? So over here somewhere will be that same text saying collision. Yeah. Here we go. Collision on, right? Same thing as this collision on. So I'm trying to make the one on the right match the one on the left. It's kind of hard to see because my screen is so narrow. But they're written there. You'll find similarities between the two, but like mostly it's in the strings. It's fundamentally a different programming language. Also, because it works, it should be right. So make it right makes less sense. Well, it wouldn't make sense to make it right if you didn't make it work. I guess that's what I was getting at. Gonna do something similar. Thanks for giving the idea using a procedural macro to have stuff like little endian 16 as native. Yeah. I wanted to minimize the number of elemental formats. And I could argue that bit is unnecessary because a UI with a bound of 1 is a bit, right? It's either 0 or 1. That was sort of a concession to making it more readable. Also, with a bit, I don't need to say :1. With the UI, it's you have to give it a bound, otherwise it doesn't know how many bits. Bit is always 1 bit. But yeah, I couldn't think of anything more fundamental than unsigned integer, signed integer, floating point, and string. You can build everything else off of that. A little endian 16-bit unsigned integer is buildable, as I demonstrated down here at the bottom. You can build, that's exactly what that means. Little endian UI16 means 8 and 8, and then you shift and add. Oh, the safe? Yeah. When you hear of unsafe and safe in Rust, it has to do with how much the compiler checks at compile time. So I actually have 1 bit of unsafe code here where I am taking some bits and reinterpreting them to be a signed integer. So like technically this is not checked by the compiler. And this is our declaration saying that we will we've given our stamp of approval that it's safe. So when you hear jokes about safe, unsafe, and Rust, that's what that refers to. It's like if someone writes Rust and they have unsafe everywhere, if they do that everywhere, then it's like, yeah, they're playing fast and loose with the compiler. They're like saying, compiler, back off. I'll guarantee the safety of this. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. And some hardcore Rust developers would say you should never have that. And there probably is a way to do this transmute without doing it unsafe, but I'm just too lazy to look it up. All right, back to this. So I think I want to call this something like make L value, or yeah, create L value, because we're putting it into the key children and getting a mutable reference out of it that we then are going to do stuff like insert. It's not a mutable reference. It would be a vacant entry we get out. And if we don't get it out, here's the thing. Should the function itself do this? I actually think it should use the path, but we don't. Oh, hold on. There's no path on this one. In the C++ version of this, I had the T-reference code do this as a side effect, but I'm not doing it here, right? So I guess I want to keep that. Okay, let's just do it. So let's refactor that. Refactor into function. Let's call this like add child. In context. Okay. We have to say what. So this should actually just be since it's that, we should just make that a str, right? And make that to string. And then when you have to actually have this generic on some so it's within the borrow of the context. Context. And then, yeah, for here, what do I want to do? Should I make this a result? Just to like reinforce that it's an error? Probably. So let's just keep it simple. Result, that type, that's a big type, by the way, comma, and then just have no error type associated with it. So this would be return error. And this has to be an OK. There we go. Now I think this ought to be just a member of context. So let's move it up into context. Implementation of context. Okay, let's just put it here. Add. So here we can just say self. And then put self instead of context, right? That is an ugly ass type. Can I at least just import hash map? So everywhere we see that, let's just delete the standard collections part off. And then I will import hash map. That's a little bit better. Okay, so then this should just be calling, where is it? Not that. Add child here. So this is just context dot. And we have to like, it's like if, well, how about we do that let okay entry. Otherwise we return out of this. Else return. Unexpected token, because there needs to be a semicolon there. There we go. We got a warning to deal with, because yeah, right. So this is the whole point of doing that was it would be entry equal context dot add child in context, and this is formal. Right? And this is let else return. And then entry dot insert. What's the type of entry? Oh, it's still a result. This should be okay. And then the value. So we need a new data component. Data component. Error, false. Format, it has none. Format required? That shouldn't be required. That should be optional, because if it wasn't broken down from something else, it doesn't have a format, right? I'm wondering if like it should be bundled in with origin. I think it actually should be bundled in with origin, because if it has an origin, it'll have a format, right? If it doesn't have an origin, it won't have it can't have a format. Is that right? Actually, that's not true. You can have a format which doesn't parse anything. It's just pure functional. So yeah, let's just use like string new, but put like a to do here. Make optional. You know, I think I should have like a new. Do I have a new for this? I do. Cool. Let's actually use the new like we should be doing. But let's not forget that we want to make the format optional. Origin is none. Error is false. And then we're done. What's the problem there? Oh, does it internally do a toString? Yeah, look at that. It does. So we can just use the empty string. Nice. Okay, we have to actually assign the actual value though. So let's pull that out and make this like actual. Well, value, I guess. Let mute value equal that, and then value dot, let's call this data. Data dot value equals actual. There we go. There's the actual assignment of actual parameters to formal parameters. So that done, this should work. So let's go try it out. Test argument. Hey, look, it works. Let's run all our tests. All 289 passed. That's great. So let me catch up with chat. Is this sound? I'm not sure what that was for, Patatas del Papa. Hello, never use Rust to understand. Now too much unsafe is bad code. Yep. Good luck trying to interface with stuff like DirectX 12 without unsafe. Well, that's why we use wrapper libraries like WGPU. The wrapper libraries hide the unsafe bits by basically saying, we, the WGPU team, have studied every bit of unsafe code, and we put our stamp of our guarantee of this won't break for you, and if it does, it's our fault, and we'll fix it. Now it becomes safe for everyone else to use. Just like having a data type TypeScript rather than making an interface or model. How many months does this kind of project take? It depends on how far you want to take it. If you only wanted to do just the text output, we're almost done, and it's only been 25 times on average 4. So that's been about 100 hours. So probably 100 hours to get to maybe another 100. So maybe 200 hours to get to something like this. But then there's a lot more to do with a GUI here, and a lot of stuff that these controls imply. So we not only need to have draw all this GUI with some kind of GUI framework, but when you click on something, having it jump to this corresponding things and highlight, that's going to take a while. Also, the fact that it's getting the bytes from the network card is another thing. Or maybe we just keep it simple and it's from a file, and then it's a little bit easier. But there's still a lot of other work, so that it could definitely get into the thousands of hours. We don't use wrapper libraries. That's way too easy and boring. I did for this, but this was still fun. How long did this take me? A couple months? That was the keyboard project. If you haven't seen that, it's in YouTube now. I made 2 of these. This is the one I actually developed on stream, and then I had enough parts in spare to build a second one, which is behind me somewhere. All right, cool. So I think we're done with unsafe, right? No, unwrap it was what it was. So we're done with unwraps. The only unwraps left are in the tests. And we were working on to-dos, right? I think I was down to there are these old to-dos that we're never going to finish because they're in the C++ code. These ones I considered, and I'm going to punt on those for now. And then we had making a format optional, so that's a new to-do. I think I want to do that one next because I don't like having this empty string format. That doesn't make sense. And yeah, these I'm punting on for now. Okay, so we fixed one to do, and then we generated a new to do. So the idea is I should be able to say none for the format. In fact, I think that I ought to have different constructors. So let's say that we have a couple different constructors, right? One that's just like a new unformatted. So that doesn't have a format. It won't have an origin either. And it won't have an error. Because we also want to have something called an error, right? So we want to have a new error. And that the error is true. We will have a format for it though, right? I think that for the origin, yeah, we do want to remember the bits that like where it was in the file, right? But the error is true. For unformatted, the error is false. The format should be none. That means for these, it should be some. Origin should be none. Okay, and then should I have this one say something like new formatted? Because it has a format and an origin, but it won't have an error. That should be false. And this is some format. Cool. So then let's fix format to be optional. And let's say why. This is the name of the format specification used to break down this component. It's none if the component is a local argument what else could it be? Or copy? We're going to do the copy stuff. I guess we could just say it's none if the component was manufactured without needing a format, e.g. or e.g. for example, e.g. argument, a functional argument, provided argument. There we go. So let's rewrap that. Okay, cool. So the consequences of making that option, we probably broke a bunch of things. So here we go. So actually ingest without a format is an error. So we can do this where we say let format equal, or let some format equal this, else consider using the option expect to unwrap the string panic. Yeah, well, we don't want to panic. Oh, this should be like as ref as string, right? As ref? Because I want, okay, but I also want to do as string. Oh, I have to do map for that, right? Well, I can do it in the next step. I can just say format dot that, right? Or even better, I can just move this to here and get rid of that line. Okay. This is going to return, but before that, it's got to mark the context.component is a composite is an error. Actually, is it possible to reach here without a format in there? I think it is. Let's walk the call hierarchy. Yeah, it's if we're provided a data component with the format is missing. So that yeah, this could be called in from at the API level. The API level says, hey, parse this data, put it into this component, and we didn't actually fill in a format there. That's where we would expect it to reject it, right? So this would be an error. No format provided for no format well, format needed to parse. We're given a context, so I can print out if there isn't a prefix. Format needed. Just keep it brief. Context dot dot current statement span. Dot as prefix. Okay, the cat's yelling at me. Hold on a second. Are you hungry? Are you hungry? Do you want to say hi to chat? Want to eat? Sorry, chat. The cat doesn't want to say hi. What is that keyboard? So I made this on stream last year. It's a 3D printed shell, and then there's a PCB that I designed and I had a board house make, and then basically soldered on a bunch of hot swappable or Cherry MX switches with keycaps on them, and the microcontroller is one of the it's the first Raspberry Pi microcontroller, but it's on a little board that the Adafruit company makes. That makes it sort of pin compatible with a lot of other popular keyboard controllers. Basically just a microcontroller with a bunch of GPIOs that you wire to the rows and columns of your switches. And then the firmware, we started with some basic Rust libraries from the Raspberry Pi Rust community, RPRS. So I didn't have to write the USB stack or the microkernel essentially. But I did have to do a bit of memory management, like in Flash programming, and all of the key sampling and debalancing and interpreting. I had to do all that. So it was fun. Okay, let's handle the other errors that we made by making the format optional. Right, so the idea here was to leverage these other things like, this is unformatted, right? There we go. And if we do this a lot, maybe we do new unformatted with value. This is almost the builder pattern, only I have no builder. Data value, right? And this becomes some value. There. Now I can go back and say, this is new unformatted with data value actual. And then I don't even need to have a name for it or make it mutable. I can just plug it straight into insert. Boom, and done. Oh, yeah, let's make that option. Then, then it's just value. There we go. Cool. We made the format optional. Indeed. This one is new formatted. And there's no error. Second argument was the bitstream, right? So this is a formatted one with no bitstream. Why did I not attach a bitstream to it? Oh, because, oh, this is unwrapper. So this is an error one, right? Yeah, this is not a new formatted. This is a new error. And that was supposed to be like that, right? It gets the format. Oh, and a bitstream. But don't we want to attach the bitstream to context in there? I think it's because if build part fails, right? Ingest part doesn't fail. It's if we couldn't build a part because like we couldn't, yeah, then we don't really know. Well, actually we do have an origin. Huh. Yeah, okay, yeah, this is I guess this is fine. So yeah, down here it's a new formatted, right? And then I don't have to say false here. I like that, that's better. One more error. So this would be new formatted again, right? With no error flag because we don't need it. Cool. So just make sure that nothing broke in our tests. And we move on. So it's been a while since I send this out of the virtual machine to back it up. All right. Hey there, Kitty. Do you want to say hi to chat? Huh? You want to say hi to chat? Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here, kitty. She wants to say hi, I think. Now she wants me to put her down. Your cat hates your guts too. Yeah, mine doesn't like to be pet unless she's eating, which is the weirdest thing. And then when she's eating, she wants me to be over there with her while she eats. I think it's because maybe because she's a rescue cat, and the rescuers probably like pet her while she was eating all the time, and so now like she's like, I demand being pet while I eat. Yeah, she of course. She's a calico. 99.9% of all calicos are female. It's one of those weird things, if you didn't know. Calico cat. So it'll say that sound somewhere down here. Calicos are almost exclusively female except under rare genetic conditions. And there's a reason for that. It has to do with their chromosomal makeup. Because the genetic determination of coat colors in calico cats is linked to the X, calicos are almost always female. Yeah, I didn't know that before I adopted her either. I think it was like we were adopting her. I said, "Oh, is the cat male or female?" They're like, "Of course it's female," or something like that. I'm like, "Why? Of course." Oh, don't you know calicos are 99.99% female? Yeah, exactly what Jill Micah said. So she's still a kitten. She's like 9 months, 10 months old now. I'm just waiting for her to get a little bit more mature so that she's not constantly attacking things. Everything exists to be played with. Don't you know this? You know, humans, don't you understand this concept? Everything exists to be a plaything. That's what her world is right now. Okay, to-dos. I'm done with the to-do comments, right? They're all taken care of. Except for these ones I punted on. So then I guess we're done with unwraps, right? The only unwraps should be in tests. So then it's on to to-dos. And I have 19 of them. So I could do decimal coercion to usize. Or I can do binary operations. Actually, these would be more fun. Map construction, set construction, vectors. These might be more approachable, some of these. Yeah, like local, we can do well, hold on. There are two things we have to do for local variables. We have to actually create them, and then we have to remember to destroy them when we're done. Yeah, biology is complex. That's the 0.0001% chance you can have a male calico, but I think they're always sterile in that case, if I remember right. So it's very rare to have a male calico, and if you do, you don't have to worry about getting them fixed because they're like born sterile or something like that. All right. Maybe local. We have assignment. Assignment's one of those weird ones because I think that just changes the value of something of a part we already have, right? And we want to be careful about that because that will hide previous values. See, she's like meowing because she wants me to go play now. She's like, don't you want to like get off that chair and play? It doesn't make sense to do break until we have loops, right? But maybe I can do error. What error is supposed to do is take the string and make a diagnostic for it and mark the component as errored, right? Let's see. Look what I did here. Statement, let's find statement error. Evaluate the expression. Then there's a callback. I forgot about that. Later, we're going to want error callbacks. Is that the only place where I have error callback? Yes. It's specifically for error statements. Okay, so I can do error statement, but then make this a to-do, I guess. No, for like the calicos, it was just like how the genetics works out. They they're missing parts or something like that. I think it's because I'm the only one home right now. She's like, I'm lonely. She won't play with the dog either. But that's sort of a common thing, right? Cats and dogs don't like to play together most of the time, unless you train them for it. I'm just looking at this thinking, we have to evaluate expression. We don't pass along any bad expression. If it's a good expression, we call a callback. And then otherwise, we mark the component as an error. Okay, that we can do some of this. So back in... Do I make another function for this? I think I should. Error.rs. So we have a new kind of test. Mod error. And let's pick something like, I mean, references is fine. Error, paste, save. Okay, and then I just need one of these tests. Test error. So we have foo and we have bar, and then let's have it return bar. And inside bar, we'll just do an error. Oops. So what do we expect here? This will be an error, so therefore foo will be an error. So, okay. Copying these things, right? I want the erroneous one. Yeah, this one. Yeah, all of these actually. So the data should have no value. There should be an error flag set, and it should have a bar part that also has an error. And if I want to do the callback part, how would that work? I guess I would pass it a function. So yeah, it would be something like this, right? I would say, it's a specialized form of this. So bitstream is bits. AST was that. Composites, so that is let data there, right? And the format was foo. I should probably actually take a break to eat something and maybe come back streaming tonight, because I haven't had lunch and it's getting kind of late. I had a late breakfast, slept in, can have a late lunch to match the breakfast, right? Yeah, so before we do ingest here, we want to set a callback. I think that's how I want to do it. Ingestion. Whoa, how did I get there? Don't save. I don't know. I pressed hit something weird. So make that mutable. Because I want to be able to set like error callback on error equal do I want to pass it? It has to take a trait object, right? Or it has to be generic. I guess it would be easier to just make a trait object. So we kind of want to get what? Maybe a path. So a string and a value. Data value, right? Well, hold on. Yeah, the error can be an expression. So for us, it's going to be a literal string. Boxed. There's a boxed you can do on functions, right? I just need to define what this is. So ingestion on error is box dyn fn mute, which gets a string and a data value. Or do I want the entire component? Because we already know the root, and the string will help us get back to it. So I think this is fine. So the data value, okay. And this should be an optional box, right? Because that's going to default to none. I was thinking, what if I made a convenient function that said like with, or if you can call dot on error on it as a function, it would attach it, right? Something like this on error. Can you do that? Can you make a function that's the same as I think you can, right? It would just have you just have to be able to mutate the self, and it returns self. And you just give it this. And it's self dot on error equals on error self, right? So then I can say back here, I can just say dot on error and put all of this inside of there. Data equals ingestion new on error ingest. Why is this unreachable? They're just saying that there's nothing called boxed. Do you just have to do box new on this thing? So box new that. extra parentheses somewhere. So, oh, I see. We don't need that one. That, and then that. There. Can't box it? Oh, I had to put it into a sum. Complicated. Cool. Because I want it to flow like, to get the data, you make a new ingestion off of the AST, and then you attach an error handler, so it's a builder pattern, right? And ingest should, or it could, ingest could take self. Right now, it's just, it's reusable, right? But this is just a convenience so that we don't have to have another, we don't have to get a mutable ingestion and then call a method on it that borrows a mutable reference or anything like that. It's just easier. Okay, I need to do something in here that is observable outside that we can assert. So what's the best way to do that? Maybe make a channel that we can pull from. So let sender receiver equal MPSC channel. Is that how it works? Yeah. That gives me sender and then receiver, right? Okay, so the idea is that this could capture the sender inside. So we would do a move here, right? And inside the move, we would do sender, we do drop sender dot send. Let's just send back out the path and the value. This is kind of what's cool about channels in Rust. Now the type of the sender is a sender of a tuple with a string and a data value in it, right? And then we can assert, well, we could say let call error equal, well, let path value equal receiver dot receive blocks, right? We don't want it to block. We want to do a try receive, I think. Yeah, we don't want to wait. We want to, well, it'll be hung up by that. No, it won't be hung up. Yeah, we want to do a try receive. Unwrap. Yeah, so the unwrap, it'll panic if it didn't actually call the callback. And then we can assert various things about this. Equal. The path should be bar, right? Or foo dot bar. Actually, you have to put that to string to do this, right? Or is the assert... Oh, the assert lets me do that? That's kind of cool. All right. I'm good with that. Equal data value. Well, this is sum, right? No, it's just data value. It could be null though. So really we expect that it's an option data value. Because you can do an error nil if you wanted. So this would be sum data value. Okay, waiting for it. It's not going to help me, is it? String. Oops. To string for the value. Type mismatch enclosure. Oh, right. Where did I say it had to be a data value? Oh, in the on error, right? Yeah, this has to be option. And because this has to be an option. Very complex type used. Consider refactoring into type definition. Okay. I can do that. So type, is it pub? Type error callback equals that. And these are error callbacks. All right. So this is ready to go now, right? I can run this and it's going to fail. And this test-driven development, right? Write the test first, see that it fails. It should fail in the predictable way, which is that it's not yet implemented to actually have an error statement. So then we can fix that, right? And the goal is to now fix it to make the test work. So this would be an expression. And we first need, so this is going to be a direct port then of what I had over here. We have to evaluate the expression. If we're able to evaluate the expression, we call the error callback with it, and then we have to mark the component we're in as in error. So let's do that last before I forget. There. Let's also do an error diagnostic. Sure. Oh, I want to put the prefix in front, right? Context dot current statement spanned as prefix. Okay, so let's compute the value. That value equal context dot evaluate expression. Okay, result option. So if it's okay, if let okay value, then why don't I do a match? Because I want a different diagnostic if we couldn't evaluate the error expression. So let's cut that and do a match. Do a fill arms, and then for okay, we'll fill in what we were about to do. So paste that. Actually, I don't need that part, do I? I just put that there, and then we're done. Cut. Okay, and then, yeah, this moves into there. And also if let sum context dot on error. How come I don't see it? Probably because this syntax is all wonky. Is that gonna fix that? Yeah, now this will help me, right? On okay, I don't have access to it. Oh, we didn't put it into the context. We need to do that. Okay. Yeah, this goes back to like wondering if I should combine context with ingestion. Okay, we kind of want that to, I guess we temporarily move it into the context, and then when we're done, we move it back out. Actually, what would be better is if this should be available. Oh wait, this should be available to the context, is it not? when I do in context, how does it get to the format? Self. What? Oh, this is in ingestion. Oh, okay. All right. All right. Then it's, yeah, then I have access to it. It's self dot on. Why do I not have access to self here? Is it because of this? Crap. Self dot on error. Um, if let sum on error equal to borrowing it mutably, then we want to call it. The string is the path we're in. Oh, I don't have that yet. I don't have that yet. Well, let's pretend we do. It would be context.path.clone. Actually, what if we just let them borrow it? And then the data value, so that's value. Okay, so we have to have a path for in the context. Let's just put it in here. So path string. This can be used as a reference to locate a component involved in a callback, such as when an error statement is executed. Okay, so that will generate errors because we have to actually fill in a path. So I think that what I want to do is at this level, the path is empty. And then when we ingest a part, then we're taking the previous and then we're appending. So let mute new path or path equal the outer path clone. If not path is empty, path plus equal a dot, and then path plus equal, actually I think here ingest in context should add it. So I should just fill with path, and then ingest in context should say context dot path equal a plus equal if there's a format. Yeah, there has to be a format. So plus equal format. There we go. Now we have a path. Okay, and then on error, actually, I said that I would have it take a string. All right, where's the error now? Type mismatch. Because this should take a string. And that outer should take a string. Where is it? Oh, because it escapes. Yeah, because of the way this is written, I have to do to owned. Because of the way that it would escape the borrow. That's only temporarily given to us while we call. So if we want to copy it, we have to make an owned copy to send it through the channel. That makes sense. Okay, where's the... We're chasing down these errors, right? Cannot borrow it as mutable. It's behind... Okay, self is... Yep. Do I actually need mutable reference to the error callback to call it? Maybe I don't. I think I... No, I do. Okay. And it's mutable. So executing a statement has to be mutable. Which means executing statements mutates the ingestion. So that's going to infect all the way back up, right? Makes sense. Ingest part mutable. Ingest mutable. Uh-oh, now we have multi-borrow problem. Yeah, this usually it's because I'm trying to chain it. So first we want to build the part and then try to ingest it, right? So end it and then let part equal part dot map. Why is this a multi-borrow issue? And oh, I'm wrong. I think I'm wrong. I think that just needs to be immutable. Yep, that was it. But yeah, sometimes a borrow extends too far and you have to break it up to like to end this borrow in order to do the next part. Because this does borrow self to build a part. But once we get the part, we don't need that original self reference anymore. So we, sometimes breaking the statement up can terminate the original borrow and then you move on. This is the part where you would put on error in a ref cell. I don't think I need it to be in a ref cell. I just made it that the ingestion functions all have to be mutable because the way we mutate is we're calling a mutable, where is it, the self? How do I get to the, I guess if I click up here, we're calling the callback, which is a mutable function, right? So whenever we call it, we might change it. That way, that means in order to call it, we have to have a mutable access to our self anyway. Yeah, you're right. The alternative would be that if we put the error callback inside a ref cell, then at runtime we make sure that we're the only one calling the callback, right? Now I don't remember where our test was. It wasn't here. Is it here? No, it wasn't here. It was error, right? Error. Here. Run it. Hey, it passed. Let's turn on the diagnostics too. So set up logger. So yeah, here we go. Error, some string, oops. Why does it say some string, oops? Oh, let's fix that. It should like only print it if it's something. Otherwise we should print something else. Execute statement, error. Yeah. Oh, it's because I chose to do that. Right. Can I just say like format that separately? So we say like value dot map value to format, right? Or to string, value to string. Well, it's going to be a string, right? No. But just string, I implemented that, right? Let's see if it is. It's or else. It's unwrap or, right? Unwrap or nothing, right? Nil. Okay, once a string there. And if I do an, if I just do an as str, then this has a lifetime issue, right? That's what I was afraid of. I mean, I could do a toString here to make the type the same, but okay, there's another problem. Oh, we're consuming it here, so then I'd want to do an as ref. Like, this is just getting too complicated. It might be better to just do it this way. If let some value equal value dot as ref, then print it this way and just put value in here. Else, and then we just have a hard-coded error. Well, not hard-coded. We're still... Well, actually, I can compute this prefix first, right? What does that actually give me? I think it gives me a string. Let's see what I get. Let prefix equal that. Yeah, I can do this, right? I can just say prefix. Otherwise... it's nil. There we go. So it's a little bit repetitive. Error. Oops. And it tells us the statement. Okay, I like it. I should have another check for this, right? Test error with value, and then like one without a value. Test error without value. So then it's error nil. So then I get back out none for the data value. Run that. Error nil. Or should I just say error without any nil thing? That's probably better, right? So just print error. So it just says error. Okay, and then I probably should have a third one where the expression is erroneous. So test error with bad expression. So here we're going to put a bad expression here. So like baz. So that's a bad expression because it's an undefined reference. So we don't get an error callback. So I should do that try receive. So this should assert that try receive is an error. And we get no path or value back out, right? Run that. Baz unfound. Oh, we have a panic somewhere. We're not handling something. Oh, I forgot to do that. That's a good thing I made a test, huh? Hey there, devil for God. How are you doing? If you're curious what I'm working on. Any software that catches exe file downloading on background. Oh, I see. You're not here to you're not interested in what I'm working on. You just want me to help you. You could always look at your operating system's like whatever it is, depends on the operating system, but different ways depending if you're Windows, Mac, or Linux, you can see like what your network traffic is and what programs are running and what sites they're downloading from. Sorry, what am I working on? Well, I'm glad you asked. It's a project command. Is this you show interest in what I'm doing and I show interest in what you're doing kind of thing? We're making something like Wireshark, basically. We can pull apart bytes of a binary stream or file and figure out what it means based off of a design-specific language. So here's an example, like a GIF file. It has a header at the start, a trailer at the end. The header has these certain things in it that when I actually run it with real data, like this, we can see that that GIF gets parsed off, and then the version number there, and then the width is 300 right there. That's what I'm working on. It is something that I had in C and C++, and I'm porting it to Rust, and it's made of these pieces, a lexer, a parser, and an ingestion, and I'm working on this today. So we're traversing a abstract syntax tree in order along with the input bytes to figure out basically to digest it down to what it means. So now that I've told you what I'm working on, you're interested in catching a file being downloaded in the background. I would first check, depending on your operating system, what tool it provides to tell you what programs are accessing the network from what IP addresses and sites, and see if you notice anything unusual. The other thing is, like, we're just talking about this Wireshark program. You could run this and you can watch the network traffic going by, and you might see certain protocols being used like HTTP. And if you're like, I'm not looking at the web right now, then what is? You can maybe get a hint based off of the destination source addresses about where it's going and what it's doing. Kind of regret not declaring a variable to increment it every time I explain the project. We should have oh, that's a great idea. Fun stream interactions, right? We could have a bot. So consider having a command for the bot that counts. Like, e.g., count every time I explain the project. And then maybe along with the count, it would say like, here's a link you can go to, or here's an explanation so that we don't have to ask Raimu again. And then someone in chat who's like been following along and knows the secret command could just do the command whenever anyone asks what I'm working on. You're currently learning about computer and software. You're currently that gone self-aware monkey to baby brain. So you're just learning about stuff, right? You have a interest to figuring out how to catch something downloading in the background. This is Visual Studio Code, and that's a generic editor that supports many languages. So here's a C++ file in Visual Studio Code. Here's a Rust file in Visual Studio Code. So separate the concept of editor and programming language. The editor part is Visual Studio Code, but it's not tied to the language. We can do different languages in it. What happens is several people call a command. Well, intrinsically, commands can have a cooldown. So like if you type like today and then you immediately type today again and you type it again, well, nothing happens because it hasn't cooled down yet. But I could shorten the cooldown to something small so that people could spam it if I wanted to. You could clip your explanation in bot. I already actually have clipped my explanation, but I haven't yet gone and made the YouTube video for it. So eventually when I get around to it, I think it was like stream 18 or something at the beginning, I recorded the explanation in a way that like where I had like nice cuts and stuff. Whenever I made a mistake, I would say, okay, back up now, I'll re-explain it so that future self can go and make a video and post on YouTube. And then I would post a link with the command. The command would be like explain, And so whenever someone wants me to explain what I'm doing, someone else would type the command and it would give the link to the YouTube. It would count the number of times it was asked, and it would probably award them a point as incentive to do the command. In the spirit of that, I'm going to award... Who was it who had the suggestion? Was it CalmKick who suggested it? Yes. CalmKick, you get a useless internet point. You have 1 point total now. Someday the points will mean something. Yay, exactly. So I'm, like the today command says, I'm implementing the Rust version of the tool, and I'm kind of just being guided by where are the points where I'm still doing to do and unwrap in the code. So we're still on 19, right? Yeah, because this whole thing was a to do, and I removed it, but then I have a piece of it we're not done with yet. And we have a test now to make sure that we do it. This test that's failing, it fails because it's not yet implemented, and that's what you get when you hit a to do at runtime. Okay, so how do we handle an error here? I think I want a diagnostic. We definitely want to fall through to that, but yeah, we want a special diagnostic, right? Which means no matter what, we're going to have a prefix. So we just move that out, right? And then I think what we'll just do is a special diagnostic here. Actually, does evaluate expression generate a diagnostic already? It does. So maybe I don't need a diagnostic here. Which means that, yeah, we already have one. So I don't need to do a match. I would just do if let okay value. I think I started with this and then I'm like, oh, I need to handle the error case too. But I actually didn't need to. Joke's on me. So now this should work. Passed with an error. Bad's unfound. It's exactly what we wanted to see, right? Because we get into bar, when we're going to do an error, but hey, Baz doesn't exist, so that's an error. Let's run all our errors. Cargo, new, next test or whatever. 292 tests pass. Okay, maybe one more thing, and then I end the stream for a food break, and then maybe I start streaming later in the evening. One more to do. Let's do an easy one. Accumulate assignment. Local might be fun. To do local. So local, we get an identifier and we basically add it to our list of keyed children with no value, and then we allow it to be assigned. Actually, that means I would need to do assignment, wouldn't I? But yeah, we allow it to assign it to it, and then we can use it in expressions like return, but then it shouldn't show up in the keyed children at the end. So we're supposed to remove it at the end. What's something I can do really quick though? Can't do break until we have loops. I haven't yet decided if we want assign, increment, decrement to actually be able to change parts that have been parsed. I haven't decided about that yet. Maybe a comment why you don't handle the error already previously diagnosed? Do you mean when we can't evaluate this expression? I thought this was, where is it? This diagnostic I thought was good enough. It just says it's unfound, and I'd be like, oh, okay, let me go to line 7. Okay, I see. Yeah, that's not found. Because the theory would be that I would then go fix it and then parse again, and then I would actually see the real error. So yeah, I think that was fine for what I wanted. If that's what you meant, or driven, maybe you meant something else. These are all hard. Why did I leave all the hard ones for last? Okay, decimal coercion. That's not too hard, right? How do we want to handle coercion from a decimal or a floating point number to a size. Because I don't think try from is implemented, right? If we tried to do this, I don't think it would work. Yeah. It's going to say there's no try from. There's no from for from F64 to U size. Mention the code so next time you don't think to change it to a match again. Oh, I see what you're saying. So back here saying we don't really care about logging an error for a bad expression because evaluate expr does that internally. Also, we don't really need to call the error callback because a bad expression here is something the author would want to fix and then reparse the input again anyway. There we go. So like the fact that there was an error is irrelevant if we can't even evaluate the error expression. So we don't care about the value anymore. We don't need to do on error for it because we will evaluate expression will print out a very focused diagnostic saying like exactly what was wrong with the expression. And the author would go fix that, run it again, and then we would get into this and we would actually give them the correct diagnostic and do the callback. And so they go on their merry way. Or driven, thank you. I should start doing this more often. And I should actually type my command correctly when I do that. It's points, not point. You have 12 points now. I've been very stingy on the points, haven't I? I need to decide what to do with decimal. Maybe what I do here is we generate an error. That it just is an error to try to coerce from a decimal. And maybe to do here. Do we really need to convert floating point numbers to sizes? It's only used in things like bounds. Oh, another big to-do I should leave myself with is this whole thing, like, we need to actually make it useful, right? Consider differentiating between different kinds of errors. And or attaching useful information to them. I actually don't know if I really need a whole lot of useful information attached because we have this huge context that we're usually have available, this context, which tells us like what we're parsing. I don't have a comment for it. Why don't I have a comment for it? It should say like, this is the thing we're parsing. We usually know what we're parsing. We know how much of the bit stream we're parsing in. We know the line and column numbers of the current statement, and we're building a reference to what we're parsing also. So that's usually a way more information than we need. So I would find this in decomposer.hpp, I think. There's our callbacks. Is it in the implementation? Okay, there's a bunch of stuff here. Okay, it's not this structure. It's something else. I think it's like within component I put it there. No, that's not it. Because context thing. There it is. Decomposition context. Aha. There's my, all of that so I could be lazy and not type it from scratch. Parsed. Ingested. Overall component whose parts are being digested. Yeah, I think that makes the most sense. Okay. Go back. Keep going back. Right. So I'll revisit this later. I need to think about that. I think we don't ever need to do it, but we might want to have a special error like you tried to use a floating point number for a bound. Like, don't do that. Or convert it explicitly or something, which I would need to have a built-in to do anyway. Yeah, I think it should be an error to have like an implicit conversion from a floating point number down. Like, you really need to be like explicitly say you either round it down to an integer, you truncate or ceiling it. Yeah, we should have something like that. It makes sense to me to allow this though. Signed and unsigned integer to usize. String is sort of okay because if as long as the string can parse as a number, I think we should allow it. But yeah, decimal is sort of, yeah. So I think the answer is no. So I should actually say here, it's a bit it's a bit too ambiguous. It's a bit too ambiguous. It's a bit too ambiguous to say coerce this floating point number to a usize, because that could mean round, floor, truncate. These are all different operations you could do on a floating point number to get to an integer, right? Ceiling, etc. If we ever need to do any of those operations, we should just define an elemental function. Elemental function to do it. All right, that's my statement. I'm sticking with it. And that was the one thing I was going to do before I take a food break. So I'm going to stop here for now, take some food and rest, and maybe play some games, and then come back to do some more work later. So I hope you enjoyed watching. I'm sorry I have to go, but yeah, I only have a limited energy reserve, and then I too must refuel. I'm just looking to see who to raid. So TwitchCon's going on right now, right? We're in day 2 of TwitchCon. That's cool. Can you recommend a free YouTube or websites for programming and coding, sir? Yeah, I second the recommendation of Free Code Camp. Although they've gone and made it sort of a paywalled site now, right? Free Code Camp, or they kind of want to try to sign you up to a boot camp now. Like, you can sign up for free, but I think they have a bunch of paid stuff now. But you can see all of the things you can learn from it. There's quite a bit. So that's a great recommendation. I'd agree with. Oh, thanks, Zora Driven. Anybody want to start up a stream and I can raid you? I don't really see any other dev streamers going right now. If I can't pick anyone, I'll probably just stream one of my friends who's playing a game. Okay, we'll go raid a gamer. So I enjoyed chilling out or chilling in Failed to Survive stream. He's a family friendly, so no curse words. Minecraft streamer, plays modded Minecraft. Sometimes I do that when I need to relax, and he's a very consistent streamer. He's very, I think, very entertaining, and I hope you guys have a great rest of your morning or evening, day or night. I'll be back probably later in a bunch of hours after I've kind of re-energized. Okay, see you later. Bye bye.